sit in good company, and all the harm that e'er I've done, alas, it was to none but me. And all I've done for want of wit, to memory now I can't recall. So fell to me the parting glass. Good night and joy be with you all. Oh, all the comrades that e'er I had, they're sorry for my going away, and all the sweethearts that e'er I've loved, they'd wished me one more day to stay. But since it falls unto my lot that I should rise and you should, I'll gently rise and softly call. Good night and joy be with you all. Good night and joy be with you all.
Nobody serenades you but me, Bats. Take it away, boys. Take me on home to the asylum. Never alone in the asylum. Anarchy ruled, it was wild, but through it all you never smiled. Joke's on you, I'm in your head, so look who's laughing now. Remember in Arkham City, I killed your girl, so pretty. That was the night you let me die. But when I looked you in the eye, that's when I knew we'd be together. Look who's laughing now. I'm stuck in your head and I'm laughing. Ah, I feel you with dread and I can't stop laughing. Your parents are dead and I can't stop laughing. What else can I do? Now I'm part of you. I am the clown, prince of crime. And we've had a hell of a time. You're part of me, I'm part of you. And now there's nothing left to do. I just can't wait till I'm in control. Who'll be laughing then? I drove you round the bend and I'm laughing. I'm with you till the end and I can't stop laughing. I killed all your friends and I can't stop laughing. Oh yeah, I think I can taste your fear. Now that my time is near, I'm in your blood, I'm so alive. I only wish you'd let me drive. It won't be long till I make you kill. Who'll be laughing then? Barbara's dead and I'm laughing. Ah! Jason Todd's dead and I can't stop laughing. I'm even dead and I can't stop laughing. What else can I do? Now I'm part of you. I drove you round the bend and I'm laughing. I'm with you till the end and I can't stop laughing. I killed all your friends and I can't stop laughing. I'm cock-a-doodle-doo. All because of you. I'm stuck in your head and I'm laughing. Ah, I fill you with dread and I can't stop laughing. Your parents are dead and I can't stop laughing. I'm stuck in your head and I'm laughing. I filled you with dread and I can't stop laughing. Your parents are dead and I can't stop laughing. What else can I do? Now I'm part of you. There's nothing like a comeback, is there, Matt? Let's go again.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Welcome, we back. That was an abrupt end. I did not mean for it to end like that. I'm terribly sorry. How's everybody doing? Everybody doing good? Everybody feeling lively? I saw Imperium. I bet Luke's like choking back some green beans and Listerine spray. You have no idea. Yes, I did have some green beans for breakfast, but you don't know me. Yeah, it's true, but like, screw you, man. Yeah, no, I had what was it? Was like a venison ragu, I think is what they called it, with green beans. It was very, very tasty. The green beans had a little kick. Very good. Very, very good. Wagyu. No, not wagyu. That would have been way nicer. I would have been much more about wagyu, but you know what? We can't have everything we want. Can't have it all. Oh, god damn it. So one of my displays goes through like a display port to HDMI converter, basically, to work on this little monitor in front of me. This one on the left here. And the load in is always a little staggered. So every time I boot up this computer, it thinks that this little monitor is like over there. And then this monitor is in the right spot. This monitor is in the right spot. But it thinks that one is like way off and nowhere. So you can't move anything to it. My life is a struggle. By the way, everybody, we did just re-upload the video from Monday. It was painful to do. But basically, like we talked about on stream, there was an issue where, it's so stupid, but basically somebody tried flagging the video for containing content that promoted self-Robloxing, or Robloxing oneself, and as a result, it was age restricted, it was limited to like 4 countries, and it stopped getting recommended, they stopped playing ads, like the whole thing is just a disaster. So we took it down, we cut out the relevant section, and we put it back up. That's even after an appeal. Basically, the reason they flagged it was because I showed the clip of Kratos leaping off of that ledge at the very beginning of the game. And in the game, the narrator is like, this was the only way he could escape the pains of this life, or something like that. And apparently that is one step too far. See? Low-key, I think Kratos did give it off. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Be okay, you're not wrong. Not wrong at all. Literally leapt from a cliff. That YouTube UI overhaul is atrocious. I'll be real. I'm kind of a fan. And I'm also a huge fan of the ambient mode. I don't know if you guys have noticed that. But on your phone, also on the web, it like... there's an ambient effect, so the like light from the video leaks out a little bit underneath the frame of the video. I love it. I love it. You can turn it off if you don't like it, but I actually really like that. I get stressed out by 2 monitors. Can't imagine having as many as Luke does. You see behind me? You see behind me, right? Hold on, let me make this full screen before I forget. So this is a monitor. This was my daily driver for a long time. It's that big ass curved one. Okay, it's not that big. It's average. But it's a very, very nice monitor. And like 240 hertz. You gotta love it. Oh, come on. You gotta love it. But I had this like 4K 32-inch monstrosity that Ben Q sent me, and I was like, yes, I should probably use that. Like they went kind of above and beyond sending me that, and I was using it as like basically a Plex server thing, and so it just, what are you gonna do? Luke, you know how you have a PC sponsor, right? Yes, indeed. That, so I've mentioned this before. I did get a new sponsor that's going to provide a brand new gaming PC. It's going to sit right here. It's going to be right here. It's going to be epic. 4090, all that good stuff. But it's basically they didn't feel comfortable sending the 4090 with them randomly melting recently. They're like, it kind of feels weird. We don't really want to send you basically a bomb. So they are holding off sending it until they know for sure that the thing they're going to send is not going to blow up on me, literally. So, you know, I get it. Your world's going to change with a 4090. Oh, well, especially with this 4K monitor. I've been waiting for someone to really push it. You guys will see. Oh, can I even say that? I don't think I can say that. So Friday, a video will go up where I try out a game that could really benefit from some higher end hardware. It runs pretty well on the 3080, but a 4090 I think would just be freaking amazing. Artesian Builds. So I was in early talks with Artesian Builds, actually, funnily enough, like 3 days. I wonder if I still have the DMs that I can show you, because I was in talks with them like 3 days before all of that happened. No joke, no cap. Let's see. Hold on, Artesian. If they deleted their Twitter account, I don't know if it'll show still. Yeah, look at this. I think this is okay to show. I think it's okay. I mean, they disappeared, so like, what's the worst that could happen? But they, like, I was in talks with them. You see, they had all of this stuff established. The benefits are ass, if we're being real. They basically, like, oh, free shirt after you get somebody to buy a PC from us. Like, toxic AF. Automatic entries into monthly ambassador only giveaways. Does that ring a bell? Sure does. Sure does. But I was in talks with them because I was basically like, this doesn't really work. Like, this program you've got, it doesn't work. Like, maybe it works if you're appealing to somebody who has never worked with sponsors before and doesn't know what they're worth, but like, that's not going to work for me. And so we were talking about, like, yeah, free shirt if you sell it. That's funny. I really missed out, but I was like, this doesn't work. I outlined, like, you got to provide the PC fully for free. I'm not going to just promote your stuff for no reason. That's ridiculous. I need, like, strict commission on each unit sold with promo codes. I need cookie tracking. So if somebody visits the site with my link after, like, I think I asked for 60 days cookie tracking. So if they go back to the site and finish their order, I still get my commission. So yeah, it's just, there's trickiness with that. But I was not super impressed. And then, like, a couple, 3-4 days later, I don't remember exactly when, but just a few days later, the whole thing collapsed, which was honestly kind of funny. I was like, well, I'm really glad that this didn't start and we didn't get something going like 2-3 weeks before that. That would have been a really bad look. Or maybe I would have just gotten the PC for free, because I guess I wouldn't have had to promote it. Yeah, so maybe it was a bad thing that I didn't talk to them sooner. But yeah, what are you going to do? It's pathetic. Rocky, what is that? Something new from Elgato. Stream Deck Plus. Huh. $200. It's like a mini Stream Deck, but it has a display, and then you can adjust levels with the knobs. Oh, it's a touchscreen too. Okay. Okay. I mean, for me, this setup is kind of useless. I'll just be real. I benefit much more from the crap ton of buttons that the Stream Deck XL, if I can flex it there, that thing gives me. I benefit from that a lot more than this. And I don't really use Elgato key lights anymore, like they're shown here. I used to. I had 2 of them. I gave one of them to Jake, and the other one is sitting in my garage. They bleed really bad. I've also noticed that the color temperature isn't very accurate. The lights have a weird green tinge to them. There's just weird stuff. Like, I wasn't super impressed by it, if I'm being real. And then, like, all of my audio routes through the Go XLR. So this tries to do all of that in one little unit for $200, which honestly is probably a decent value if you are just like starting out, or you want a really minimalistic setup. But for somebody who has a setup that's just total overkill like me, it doesn't really work too well. Yeah, Elgato doesn't understand color temperature at all. Well, it's like you can have a specific color temperature, but you have to still worry about hue. And it's like they set the color temperature, and then the hue is just skewed terribly one way. And they're like, oh, well, no, but the color temperature is right. It's like, oh, no. You know, it's a little annoying. Knighted, I just beat God of War Ragnarok, and I have to say it's as amazing as it was. I probably won't replay it, but Elden Ring, I plan on beating at least 2 more times. Yes, and that is, there is a difference there for sure, in terms of replay value. Narrative games always, in my mind, have lower replay value typically than games like Elden Ring. It just comes with the territory. But how's Star Citizen going? Well, do you guys want to see? I wonder if I can show you this. This is like, I don't think I've ever done this on stream before. Okay, I'm gonna show you a little something. I was looking up a template for better note taking. Where is it? Star Citizen. Jacob called the video. Luke goes deep into Star Citizen to see what it's all about. Oh, that's pretty good. See. So this is a tool we use for making videos. It's called Frame.io. Basically, it lets us, I can upload raw footage here. Jacob can download it direct. It's owned by Adobe, so it's really fast and zippy. And then as I go through the video, I can watch the whole thing at 2x speed or whatever. And then I can leave comments that tie into that specific timestamp. And with their plugins, you can even pull that direct into the timeline of Premiere, which is super cool. Yeah, so if you use this in uni, yeah, it's great. I saw somebody using it, and the company I hired, Zygo Media, for about 6 months. We used this a couple of times. I wanted them to use it all the time, but they kind of gave up on that for some reason. But I love the tool, and Jacob and I use it a ton. So he just sent me this morning a draft of the new Star Citizen video that will be going up tomorrow, actually. And somebody was asking how Star Citizen is going. Well, I logged in. I wonder. Oh, I don't know if I'm going to be able to scrub and find it. But I logged in, and basically somebody had sent me casually 30 million of the in-game currency. No, I'm not joking. 30 million. So I totaled around 36 when all was said and done. So what did I do? I bought the freaking Giga Yacht for the video. And it's a little ridiculous. It's a little silly. But like I took it up, we flew it. And then after that, I give a little tour of it out in space. It's just, yeah, it was a good time. It was a good time. So that's going well. It's going well. Jacob with his adult humor. Yeah. Like it's pretty cool. The video I was gonna do like a really scripted thing, but it kind of turned into just fanboying a little bit. Oh, and then I think I had Jacob time lapse this if I remember correctly. So, yeah. But yeah, to say how Star Citizen is going, it's going well. I mean, at this point, every time I log in, people have just thrown money at me, and so it works for the stream and for videos because I can do stuff like this. Like if I wanted to buy this ship for a video to do some sort of like, hey, check out the biggest ship in Star Citizen, I just like I think I would have to spend like $800 or $1,500 on a secondary market. It's insane. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Would you recommend this game for people who don't randomly get 30 million? Yeah, well, that's the question, Giraffe. That's exactly the question. That's what I spent a good amount of time talking about in this video, is that 99.999% of people will never own that ship and will never have any reason to own it. It's just ridiculously expensive. Yeah, you see, 36.3 million is how much I had when I logged in. And Star Wars Effect 892, Jacob. Like I said, I haven't seen this before. I haven't muted, but I can only imagine what he's doing. So yeah, it's tough because I can have a lot of fun with it for those reasons, but it's another animal to like recommend it to the average consumer if they don't do that. Did anyone else make clips from your God of War 2005 video, or is it just myself? I think I received a couple actually. If you guys want to see those, they're pretty freaking funny. Hold on, let me show you. Imperium cut these together from the video. It's pretty funny. Hold on. I feel like I'm doing about as good a job as anybody could be expected. Okay, that one I didn't realize I clicked on that one. That one was bad. This one was pretty good. This one's pretty good. I feel like I'm doing about as good a job as anybody could be expected to do. Jesus Christ. I have to work up a sweat. I got that naughty aim. Yeah, I should have known this was a risk. Okay. Dude, for real, that QuickTime event was so freaking broken. It's not even funny. Like, it was bad. Yeah, we'll be doing Game of the Year, a Game of the Year video. That's part of what we're doing in the stream today, is trying to figure out what we think deserves Game of the Year. And in order to do that, we're going to be going back to Elden Ring and trying it again after a little break and seeing what that's like. Would you recommend waiting for the patch or buying The Witcher 3 now? I mean, I would say, yeah, it's tricky. I could just say go to G2A and get a copy for Steam for like $4 or whatever it's going to be listed at. Super easy. You know, not a. It's up to you. Some people are uncomfortable going to those sites. I think the developers, even at CD Projekt Red, have said they're just glad when people play their game. They would rather you buy it through like G2 or not G2A, through GOG, which is the company they own. Second to that would be like buying through Steam or through PlayStation or Xbox. But if the only way you can afford the game is to get it through like G2A, they're just glad you're playing it. So it's kind of up to you. If you want to support the developers more, buy it on one of those other sites. But if the only way you can afford it is through one of those sites, I think that's understandable. It's a free market, you know. But with that being said, it's going to be included as a free update. So it really doesn't matter when you buy it. I would guess that the secondary market spikes in terms of price once, and also the main market. I think on most stores it'll be listed at full price much more regularly once that next gen update launches. So honestly, it's probably better to get it sooner rather than later because it'll be included for free. But most of the stores are already pricing in the idea that it's going to be included. I feel like GOG always has the game on sale. Well, they can do it. Makes sense. They have a much wider margin. Like, they basically just don't take a store cut of those sales that are of games made by CDPR because the parent company owns it. Evil Dead the game is going to be free on Epic next week. Oh, who knew? G2A is a site that I have been using for a few months now. Yeah, the reason some people get upset about it is because they say that it encourages like credit card theft, which is what I heard some people say. I don't know. Technically, yes, you can buy stolen games, or if somebody stole a credit card, they can buy a game code and then resell that on G2A to basically launder the money. That's true. That's true. Yes. But does that mean like you shouldn't shop at like on eBay or Facebook Marketplace because it could be stolen goods? Well, I don't think so. Like, if it's clear that it's stolen, then yeah, you should not support that. But you are kind of just, I don't know. It's not a given that your code on G2A is like that. Most of the time, the codes from like G2A are from like bots that buy the game in one time zone and then, or time zone, one market, and then arbitrage the currency back over. It's basically like currency manipulation and arbitrage, which makes sense. I mean, it makes sense that you can buy the game for cheaper in the States and then bring it to Australia if you can and sell it for less there, but make more money than if you just flipped it in the States. So, or you can buy the key and then wait for it to stop being on sale on Steam, and then you can flip the key and sell it. Or some people will get like collector's editions and they already own the game. Like, I usually just give the codes away at that point, but then I could, in the case of G2A, I could go on and just sell my code of God of War for like $50-$60 and pocket that, you know? So there's a bunch of different ways. Oh, by the way, guys, I don't think I told you guys this, but I made a TikTok about it. I'm so hip now. Look at me. No, shut up. I can't stand the random autoplay. This, I'll just describe it. But basically, I made a TikTok where I described what happened. You guys know I announced the winner of the God of War giveaway on Monday. Well, I announced it, and the winner was Just Flew, right? Who's in here every once in a while. Been a fan of the channel for a while. Just Flew won it. I announced that. Oh yeah, the washer, that also happened. I announced it. Within about 10 minutes, somebody had copied Just Flew's profile picture. There had made a new account with the username where the capital or the lowercase L was replaced with a capital I. So it looked identical to Just Flew, like whatever the number was. And so the account looked identical. And they DM'd me saying, hey, I saw I won the game. I was like, oh yeah, no, congrats. Here you go. Just activated PlayStation Store. I took a picture of the code and boom. Wasn't the same guy. And I realized that like 2 minutes after the stream ended when the real Just Flew DM'd me. And I clicked on his account and I was like, oh God, no. And the fake account said, thanks, man. I'll activate this tonight when I get home. So I messaged Just Flew and I was like, hey, congrats. You need to like redeem this code as fast as you possibly can. I know this might be weird, but you need to like do it now. And he's like, I'm like working on a river. And I was like, you got to do it, man. This is a matter of time. Like either way, I was going to buy him a replacement and still get him the game, even if it had been taken by the scammer. But I was like, if you can hurry up, you can redeem it before the scammer. And then the scammer is going to get home tonight and be all excited that he scammed a YouTuber out of a code for God of War. And then he's going to spend like 20 minutes trying to log that code into his PS5, and it's not going to work. And like, sure enough, he ended up getting the code activated. So the actual winner got the code and it worked great. And then like last night at 7 p.m., whenever it was, the fake account sends me another message and is like, man, I think I need another code. This one's not working. And then I just replied LMAO and then blocked him and then reported him for spamming and for scamming people. Because it was like, you know what you did. Don't pretend. You know what you did. So it was pretty funny. It was pretty funny. I was like, the balls to come back and be like, hey, I need to get a replacement code because this one didn't work. I was like, you got some cojones, my friend. Like, that's crazy. I mean, yeah, you can respect the hustle, but yeah. And then after that, after I blocked the account, they rebranded and replaced the profile picture and username into something that it looked like some sort of crypto thing. It was like, buy Shinobi coin or whatever it was. Classic. You're telling me a scammer is into crypto? What? But yeah, giveaways bring out the worst for people. Yeah, well, now I've learned my lesson. Like, anytime that happens, I was like, I don't know why I asked them to DM me. I should have made it so no, I DM them. But sometimes that causes problems because they might have DMs closed, so they might not be able to accept the DMs, things like that. But yeah, lesson learned. It ended up working out, but it was a moment of panic when I realized, like, you just have that horrible feeling where like, I just want to like punch something and also curl up in a ball, like one of those feelings. It was cringe. Yeah, some people do anything for free stuff. You are not wrong. People get weird with it. Like I told the story of when I had the S7, what was it called? Galaxy. I think was it just the S7? It had the curved screen. It was one of the first phones that had Edge. I think it's the Edge specifically. It was one of the first phones that had a curved screen. This is it. Yeah, this phone. I had this phone and I used it for, I was right out of high school, early college. I used it for like 2 weeks or a week maybe. And it just got really uncomfortably hot, like really, really hot. Like it would burn your hand holding it. And this was like either right before or right after the like Note 7s that were just exploding. So I was like, yeah, I really don't want to do it. Oh, it was right after, because what happened is I went into the Verizon store to return it. I was like, I just want to return it. I want to swap it for like a Pixel XL that had just come out or something like that. And they're like, okay. Yeah, we can do that. And he processes the return. And then he's like, yeah. So I get a pop-up warning basically telling me not to take the S7, but to still issue the refund. I was like, what? He's like, yeah, I think it's because of all the Note 7s, their return capacity is like maxed out. I was like, oh. Okay, so I get to keep the phone and I get my money back. He's like, yeah. Okay. And so I took the phone and I took my new Pixel XL and I walked out the store and I was good. Like, no problem. Easy. They just gave me a free, like, very expensive phone. So I ended up, like, I made a little YouTube video at the time and it was just like, a 5-minute thing of me standing at my car. It's during my vlog arc when I was trying to vlog a lot after watching a couple of Casey Neistat videos. I was like, that looks easy. Sure isn't. But I made like a little vlog about it. And until I unlisted that video or privated it, I don't know what I did with that video, but until I took that video down, basically, for like 2-3 years, I would have people spamming me messages and emails to my business line and all over the place trying to get me to give them this phone. They're like, well, I just saw that you don't need the phone anymore, so I just wanted to see if you were willing to send it to me. I'm like, no. If I want to give it away, I'll give it away. If I don't want to, I'm not going to. And at the time, I was a giga broke college student. Like, my checking account was on like negative $20 on a rolling basis. So I listed this on Facebook Marketplace, and I sold it to some guy who worked construction, and I know he came in. I remember him very clearly because I sold it to him. He paid with a big wad of cash, and his hands were so calloused that it wouldn't, like, the phone couldn't register his fingerprint, like his finger presses. He was having to, like, touch with the upper tip of his finger to get the screen to register because his hands were so calloused. It was, like, honestly horrifying. But I was like, moisturize. Schmidt from New Girl. Get some chutney. It'll help. But I don't remember how much I got for it. Maybe like $500-$600. I think it was like a $600-$700 phone at the time. Now you can get it for $78. How crazy is that? I don't know if you should buy it from Back Market. I've never heard of them, but Samsung's better than iPhone. It just depends. It just depends on what you prefer. I have both. Not to flex too hard, but I have both. An S22 Ultra, and the iPhone 14 Pro Max. And I think what I'm gonna do is this little thing is gonna turn into my business phone and business line, and then this is gonna be my personal, just to keep things simple. But it was because when I swapped to the iPhone, they only wanted to offer me like $400 for this phone. That was like just $1,100 a couple of months ago. So I'm like, no, I'm good. I'll either sell it secondhand or third hand or whatever. It sure sounds like a flex. Yeah. I also have another very cracked phone mounted up here for when I work up the courage to do TikTok live while we do these things. But yeah, Galaxy bringing the flip phones back. I got one. I miss banging the phone on MF's, banging the phone. Just push and hang up. Doesn't have the same, but yeah, I guess that makes sense. Do you remember the first phone? Yeah, I remember the first phone I had. It was like one of those where you slide it up and then the keyboard is revealed underneath. It was pretty cool. It was pretty cool. Little tiny display. Front of it had like, I don't even know what you would call it. Sliding keyboard phone. Oh, is this it? Is this the exact phone? This might be the exact phone. This looks just like it. This looks just like it. OG. I had a good amount of fun with this thing. I was the coolest cat in high school with it. Yeah, all that. Buttons on the front. In case you need to make a quick call, of course, you can do that. But if you want to like quickly text your friends, boom. Keyboard. Ready to go. BlackBerry. I did get to use my dad's BlackBerry, but it didn't have service or anything. I basically just used it to play like Connect 4. Or this one. My dad had one of these old flip phones that went like smoothly into that, and these very unique buttons. Yeah, I remember this. That's so funny. Perfect as a prop for early 2000s party pics. People are paying $18 to get these old phones as props. Like, wow. Oh, those are the days, man. Now you just buy an iPhone for $2,000 that looks identical to the one from last year. You know, it's a good touch. There's the Listerine spray. You gotta use it. Gotta have it. Can't live without it. Okay, what else do we have to tackle? Yeah, so I told you about my scam story. I told you about this and that. I told you why we re-uploaded the video. Is there anything else that's happened? I don't think so. I don't think so. Let's do this. Let's do this. I want to talk about a couple games I've been playing, but I can't talk about them yet. So PS5 question. Did you ask for a PS5? Is that what it is? Hold on. Hold on. Please hold. The internet is just full of people cringily asking for free stuff, dude. For real. For real. I have legit seen some streams that are doing random giveaways and people just spam until it's drawn, and when they don't win, there's a mass exodus. That's the problem with giveaways. Like, it doesn't really work too well. It's why, like, I honestly, after this past one, I'm glad a longtime viewer won it. Because it didn't have to be that way. But it's... I do think we'll try to come up with something. Maybe it's like you have to have been a subscriber on this channel for more than a month in order to qualify. I think I can check those stats. I'm not sure. But something like that, where like you can't just pop in, share it to some Discord group, everybody enters 5,000 times. Like, it's got to be something legit. Or like, you know, one of the other ways is to set it so like you get a free entry if you buy a piece of merch. It's something like that, you know. But then that's tricky because it's like you're paying to enter, so it just sounds like it's gambling. I just don't know like how to do it in a way where it rewards the people who have actually been here and are actual viewers instead of just random people who pop in. Because we had that once with a giveaway we did. Was it Elden Ring? Maybe it was. I think it was like earlier this year where I did a giveaway for something, and I think, yeah, it was Elden Ring. Rocky says yes. Yeah, it was like that, and then I did a giveaway, but we had somebody in the initial drawing that was not, yeah, wasn't a regular viewer. Pop quiz. Oh, silence. That's kind of fun. Oh, Forbidden West. Is that what it was? Ah. I should have given away a better game. Oops. Yeah, a pop quiz of like Luke Stevens live lore and memes. That could be funny. That could be a way of rewarding it. So like we do a pop quiz and we can whittle it down. So like people out, we ask people, okay, first question. Who is the saint of the channel who worships Queen Nadia? Who was the first Nadia simp? And then you answer it correctly, you move into the next round, and then the next round is like, okay, well, what did the one viewer recommend that or say that Star Citizen was akin to? Smoking. Okay, then we move on to the next phase. What's the phrase that Luke couldn't stop uttering while playing Doki Doki Club? Ooh woo. And then we move on to the next round. So, you know, that could actually work. But you're right. Like, yeah, you're right. I mean, it's not fair to new viewers. That's right. But if we're trying to like reward people, like the whole goal is to make it so long-term viewers are rewarded for being long-term viewers, and you want to discourage the random guy that just popped in, is not going to watch any videos or hanging out, is like going to disappear the moment the giveaway's over. And that's one thing, like we did a giveaway where we had people join Discord to enter, and immediately on the day of the giveaway, like 1,000 people left the Discord because they had joined, but just for that. Anyway. Imperium, one of them. I've had a bunch of weird glitches in Ragnarok playing on a PS4 Slim, which probably explains it, but I'm getting invisible enemies a ton and pop in, including at the startup menu. Oh, really? Oh, jeez. I watched all Luke's videos and played Forbidden West because he said it's gonna be Game of the Year. It was, or Forgotten City. Did I say Forbidden West? I was like, did I really say that? But okay, yeah. Forgotten City. Yeah, Forgotten City is tremendous. And apparently they just, I saw this on Twitter, they just hit overwhelmingly positive in their reviews because they got enough people to sign up and rate the game. And I really cannot give it enough praise. If you've not played the Forgotten City yet, you need to. It's great. Okay, we are going to be doing a fresh playthrough. We're playing on PC today. Vagabond. Honestly, like, I feel like we did pretty well with our astrologer build out. I thought that was pretty good. But I know they've done a bunch of balancing and tweaking and stuff, so it's not going to be the same. The prisoner, dexterity, intelligence. We could do prisoner run. Is the Forgotten City the game that started as a Skyrim mod originally? Yes. And it's so good. So good. Thank you, Grapey Lion. Appreciate you. First member of the stream. Poggers, I think is what we say. Is that the thing you're supposed to say? I also have to figure out a way to push the memberships. Because, like, I mentioned this the other day. Like, it's just a matter of business. Okay, I'm glad you're all here. I'm very thankful for all the members. Do not get that mistaken. But somebody asked me how YouTube's going versus Twitch. And I kid you not, like on Twitch, we had, I think, when we left, like 320 subs or 350 subs. And I think on YouTube total, we have like 27 memberships, which is the equivalent. So it's just smaller. I think it's because, for one, like they're not as, it's not pushed very heavily. And YouTube also is just better to watch on by default, because on Twitch, most of the time you're subbing to get past the ads that are so toxic, right? Like YouTube's not toxic enough to push people into memberships, which is just kind of funny. You know, it's funny how that works. Let's see. And Silence, thank you for becoming a member as well. I don't know why it didn't play the notification. It probably will in like 30 seconds randomly. It comes in really delayed. But thank you. Appreciate you. Double trouble. Yeah, yes. Hopefully this stream helps. See, it goes off randomly. Like, who knows why? I don't know. Let's see. Why have a regular channel and a live stream video? Basically, it's because if I stream off of the main channel, it can cause issues with upload, total view counts and average view counts. And the live content's different enough from the main channel stuff that I feel justified in separating them out. So like if you want live stuff, we have a channel where it's all live stuff, live reactions, live stream clips and highlights, that type of thing. But if you want just the more polished main channel content, then just sub to the main channel. If you like both, sub to both, you know? Just diversify. Do a speed run, bro. You are gravely overestimating my talent. Giveaways as member only streams. I do kind of like the idea of like giveaways to members. It's like you're helping out. Maybe we do that where it's like, I have an extra code for this game. If you're a member, I'll give it away to one of you randomly. I do kind of like that. I know Carrick does that with Patreon, which I kind of like. But giveaways to mods only. Can you imagine? People will be so pissed off. I alternate giving them away between like 6 people. You give them on Twitch? No. Twitch gave up on me. I don't know what that was. I'm so sorry. Okay, let's go over here. Vigor, strength, dexterity, intelligence. Wretch, confessor, samurai, prophet, astrologer, bandit, hero, warrior, vagabond. I don't know, man. I don't know. Astrologer's fun, but should we just go classic vagabond or warrior? Let's go just vagabond. Lucalia. That looks good to me. Keepsake. Increases maximum HP. That seems good. Don't care about appearance. Who gives a crap? Okay. Oh. The spark of eternity. The spark of eternity. The spark of eternity. Guys, I'm asking for a friend. How long would it take me to grow my hair out? That long.
Was shattered.
That's got to be like 5-6 years, right?
Across the fog.
I mean, I guess like he's God, so it's probably different, but yeah, I don't know. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, Devin's back. Well, there you go. Devin, if you guys don't know, thank you, Devin, first of all. If you guys don't know Devin is one of the OGs from Twitch and was also like the king of gifteds over there. Like it wasn't even close. Is there no sound effect for the gifteds? Okay, I gotta fix that. That's an oopsie. Yeah, apparently there's no sound effect for the gifteds. But yeah, Devin always gifted out crazy numbers of subs. Okay, now it starts popping off. It's so broken, guys. But oh yeah, Devin's back. I whine a little bit and then boom. I don't deserve you guys. You guys are tremendous. Thank you. Again, like never feel obligated to become a member or give memberships. There are some cool little perks. But that's very generous, Devin. Really. Thank you. And YouTube, I understand, gives them out based on like engagement primarily. So if you're here regularly, then you can get it, which is pretty cool. Oh.
Rise now, ye tarnished.
It doesn't? Okay, maybe I was lied to.
Yet live. The call of long lost grace speaks to us all. Horalu, chieftain of the Badlands, the ever-brilliant Gold Mask, Fear, the deathbed companion, the loathsome dung-eater, and Sir Gideon Othniel, the all-knowing.
You know what? You gotta hand it to From. They know how to do like a kickoff. They know how to set it up.
Other whom grace would bless.
I can't read. Whom grace would bless again, tarnished renown of no.
Cross the fog to the lands between, to stand before the Elden Ring.
No.
And become the Elden Lord.
And become the Elden Ring Collector's Edition. Oh, he said the thing. Oh, the theme's built on Demon Souls. Oh, that's cool. So just real quick, we'll turn this off after a second, but when we streamed this last on launch day, oh, the fingers, I forgot about the fingers. When we streamed this last, no, stop it. The frame rate was so inconsistent that we had to switch to PS5. Now, already, it looks to be running much more smoothly, which I am very glad to see. Yeah, pretty much locked at 60. The Chapel of Anticipation. And I think I want to make sure I don't have any default settings screwy. Oh no, we gotta crank that. We gotta crank that. Keep it. Quality maximum. Advanced. Ooh, baby! Yes, queen? Still locked at 60. Oh, I almost just leapt right off the ledge. Not paying that much attention. Okay. Yeah, heavy rolling. I'm not about it. Can I... Yes, I forgot every time you start a new game, it's gonna do this. Halberd. I didn't really play with this. I think, wasn't the black halberd or something like super broken at launch? Yeah, I can do a little slow mode. I can do that. Just a second. Please hold for just a second. Slow mode, 2 seconds. Just to give Rocky a little breather. Okay. I don't need no stinking shield. And then what was it? It was Y? Yes, Y right bumper. Okay, it's coming back to me. The muscle memory is coming back. It's been like 8 months or 9 months or something. I miss Twitch. I will say the support on YouTube for like moderation is pretty lackluster. Okay, this was the first time I ever saw the big hitching, was when we came into this arena on launch day. Let's see if it's better now. We got the chart of frame rates in the bottom right. Oh, I've beat Elden Ring like 4 or 5, 6 times. Oh, look at that. Not a single drop. Oh, God. Oh. Did that count as a kill? What? Oh, well. F me, right? Oops. The scream got me. I still rolled after it, but I guess I was flopping to the ground. I thought that I was still rolled around it. Oh, well. Oh, well. Oh my God, I'm so wet. I'm so wet right here. What game is this? Which character is the Elden Ring? When does George R.R. Martin come out from behind a closed door to start talking about wieners? Oh, XQC reaction. Hold on.
Don't worry.
What the heck? Is that a chicken? Is that a chicken? It looks like a chicken. What kind of chicken is that?
We found her here after all.
If I did that more, I'd probably be more popular, right? That's probably the play.
One of her kind is sure to seek the Elden Ring.
The pizzas are coming. They are on their way.
Even if it does.
Yeah, I promise. The pizzas are coming. They're going to be huge. They're going to be great. What kind of pizzas do you guys want? Wait, have you not ordered the pizzas yet? No, they're definitely on the way. Are you playing as a woman? So this is the same thing. This is the same thing. My buddy Michael told me this one time. I think it was Assassin's Creed Odyssey. He was playing it, and he was picking between Cassandra and Alexios, and he picked Cassandra. And I was like, oh, you're playing as Cassandra, really? Because I usually just played as the male character at the time. And he's like, yeah, this game is really long, Luke. Like, if I'm going to be staring at a character's ass for 100 hours, I'd rather stare at a woman's. I was like, oh my God, he makes so much sense. He's making a lot of sense right now. But for me, more generally, like, the gender selection in Elden Ring makes a zero difference. So it really does not matter. Do whatever you want. Guess I never saw it like that. Yeah, exactly. See, you're the weird one. It's whenever we load into new areas, the frames drop just a tad, but it should be okay once we're actually in it. Run, 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 run. Run, 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 run. I've been playing a game where every like interact button is A. So I'm having to retrain myself that interactions are with Y. Cooperative multiplayer. Co-op still works better than Gotham Knights, for real. Would I ever consider doing a TV series review? Well, so we kind of experimented with it with the Witcher attempted critiques that we did. And basically the problem we ran into was like juggling copyright crap from like Netflix or NBC or any of those companies is an actual nightmare. It's ridiculously difficult. You have to either not get any ad revenue from the video, so you've got to be making your money elsewhere, or YouTube's just like a labor of love, or you have to do so much crap with either appealing every single monetization, copyright strike, everything, which can take 6 months. So you finish the video and then you spend 6 months juggling appeals, and even then it might not work out for you. Or you have to like trick the algorithm into not realizing that stuff is copyrighted in it. Like, you know, you've got to go in and flip the video and then decrease contrast and blur it slightly, then add a noise effect, and then add an overlay at 20% opacity of a different video, and then mirror that. And like, by the time you get the algorithm tricked into not realizing what you're doing, you have like, the video isn't even recognizable. You can't even tell what's going on. So yeah, more generally, I'm just not, I don't know if I have the patience. The one way, like I've said before, the one way I think it could work is if we were to, I guess, like upload them to a separate platform where you like, I mean, basically Patreon, but we would do it through a separate service, or like members only. We do like a members only stream where we do, where I show you the video, or it's like over on Discord, something like that. But it's just not practical. I honestly don't know how some of these big creators are able to get past it, because it is not easy. Should we just run straight behind us? Should we just... When I first played this game, you guys remember, we ran off to the east, like east northeast, and we just kind of dinked around for a little while. I know that the tree sentinel is going to be a little beefy for us starting out, at least until we've gotten a little bit of gear. But I'm also down to suffer for your entertainment. Did you go to Kayla? Oh yeah. Whack. It's been 5 hours fighting Tree Sentinel, and I'm a Sekiro and Dark Souls pro. Yeah, I mean, props to you for being a Sekiro player. or passionate player. Because I will be real, I'm not that into Sekiro. Not because I think it's bad or anything. I genuinely just am not that into the rhythmic style of combat. You know, parry, 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 parry. Like, I don't personally like having to memorize all those different little bitty micro patterns within the boss fights. They're singing. Don't mind me. Oh, is this Pumpkinhead? No, Pumpkinhead somewhere else. These are rats. Rat people, rat people. Oh my god. Blazin, thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate you. All the rats, I am your king. Flat, yeah, that's right. Okay. I am the king of the rats. I'm gonna say From Software has been the most consistent developer in the past 10 years. I mean, I would generally agree. Their quality standards are very, very high. I do want to... Oh, is this a transport? Yeah, it is. Do I want to be transported? I don't remember where this takes me. Do you guys know where it takes me? Could this be a trap? Yeah, sure could be. It's a really hard dungeon. Okay, then I'll bypass. But yeah, I've tried to remind people. Oh, it takes you to Caelid. Oh yeah, no, I'm good. No matter who the developer is, eventually they will do something you don't like. Like, eventually it will happen. And if that sounds ridiculous, like, no, From Software's never gonna screw up like that. Just remember what people thought of CD Projekt Red after The Witcher 3. The idea that Cyberpunk 2077 was going to be bad was so ridiculous. Like, it's crazy. Does anyone know how to turn off cap lock? Sorry, that's so stupid, but it's funny. And so, like, I don't know what game they're gonna, like, will be their oopsie. But what I do know is that they experiment a lot. Is it worth it? It's probably not worth it, but I'm gonna go for it. Ayo. I don't know what game they're gonna make an oopsie with, but it will eventually happen. Honestly, I would guess that they probably put out the mech Armored Core game. And it probably, for most fans of like Elden Ring and Dark Souls, probably that game is kind of a meh. Like, because it's very different than these games. That would be my guess. So it won't be like a screw up. It won't be a Cyberpunk situation, but it'll be something where a lot of these hardcore fans of FromSoft and their last like 6 games will try it and be like, oh, well, this isn't what I thought it would be. And they'll just leave kind of feeling meh. But that's why, like, you gotta fall in love with the games, not fall in love with the developer. Because the developer can disappoint you. The developers change. They can screw up. Because they're just people. But if you fall in love with the games, and the games first and foremost, then you can, you know, they'll always be there for you. Meh software. Oh, these monkey things suck if they get the jump on you. But I got the jump on them. Flop. They also have tremendous ragdoll physics. You gotta give it to them there. Classic. Let's see. No and no. I've wanted to do something on the Dark Pictures games, though. Oh, there's nowhere to go here. I'm trapped. It's a trap! I've wanted to. I love the Dark Pictures games in theory. In practice, they're pretty clunky, but I've been wanting to go through them, and they called their friends. I don't know. I actually really like the Quarry. I've played the Quarry like 3 times now. Not for everybody, but pretty good. Pretty good. Dragon's Dogma. I don't know if I will play it. It's not currently on the docket, but yeah, I'm not opposed to it. Warhammer tabletop and 40K games. I was talking to my buddy Caleb about this. I want to get into those games and like the figurine painting and things, minifigure paintings, and like that stuff has always interested me. But Warhammer specifically, there is such a huge learning curve that I honestly don't know if I have like the time or patience to get into it. Like, I don't even really know where to start. Like, I can enjoy the new, like, Warhammer 40K Darktide game. But does that mean that I'm going to be, like, super into the lore, or I'll have an easy time getting into the lore? Probably not. Is this also a dead end? Because I don't have torrent. Yeah, I don't think I do. I don't know if it's true or not, but I did hear, I did see what somebody posted. They were like, have you noticed what the deer looking moose thing that you ride in this game is called? He's called Torrent. So whenever people would Google like Elden Ring Torrent to try and pirate the game, they would just end up getting flooded with results of pictures of the mount. So it's like a fun little way of screwing over people trying to look for easy torrents of the game, which is funny. It's a little funny. I don't know if that's true. Like, it might just be, you know, translation coincidence, but still, it's kind of funny. And let's be real, like, if you're looking for torrents and you've torrented other games, like, you're probably not searching on Google for the torrents. Let's be real. You probably have a couple websites you go to for so I don't buy that was like super intentional, but it is kind of funny to think that was a little, what should we call him? I don't know, what if we screw with people looking for easy pirated versions? Yeah, it's kind of funny. Is Torrent a horse or a goat? I don't think Torrent knows. Oh, the flower thing is over here. Because I remember these guys, and then the bear thing is over there. I think it's up on top of this hill is where the flower boss is. And then Pumpkinhead is up in here too. I think, if I'm remembering correctly. No, this is up a little too high. Is it over there? Is it on the other side of that? Or am I getting my places mixed up? I think it's on the other side of this, actually. Pumpkinhead is over here. I feel him. I feel him in my bones. In my pumpkin. Kind of like the rumor of why Disney named Frozen so that people would look up Walt Disney being frozen or something. Oh, that's funny. So you look at Walt Disney Frozen and instead you get the movie instead of him being cryogenically frozen. Yeah, that is a funny thing. Is that like an actual conspiracy theory that people like genuinely believe? Because whenever I'm like, no, I don't think anybody believes that. It's just a joke. I end up being mistaken. And it's actually like a big deal. Yeah, here's Pumpkinhead. He's right over here. It's the same thing with like the like that QAnon thing where they think that JFK Jr. never died and is still alive out there kicking around, and that he was going to be Trump's VP for the, like, when he took over in a military coup. And like, nobody actually believes that, right? Like, JFK Jr. died in a plane crash. And like, JFK Jr. was a Democrat. Like, how does that make any sense at all? But then, like, a lot of people believe it. One of my family members believes it. Unironically. Like, no. And then when you tell them, that's insane. They say, well, you went to college and you were indoctrinated. Like, okay, so like, I went to college, and as a result, I'm the stupid one. Okay. You know, it's like, no, I have no problem with people. It's like the Trump thing. I love the poorly educated. Like, I don't care. There's different specializations across the planet. Like, who cares? It doesn't matter. I study corporate finance. That's very useless, even in like the industry that I'm in currently. So, you know, who cares? But if you're going to then say like, oh, any education means you're just indoctrinated if you disagree with me. Like, okay, I think we're being silly. I think we're being a little silly. You know, if you agree with me, then that's because you're educated and smart people agree with me. But if you disagree with me, you were just indoctrinated. So either way, I'm right. You know? Never caught you live before. Hello, Luke. Hey, KT. Glad to have you, my friend. Going to college also does not make you educated. I've learned less in college than high school. Well, Jake, for sure, yeah. It honestly depends, for one, where you go and also what you study. I would say, like, in my whole college experience, I had 2 professors I would consider, like, actual teachers that I learned a lot from. The one was the guy I've talked about. I think I've talked about both of them before. Lee Sanning. Fascinating guy. He has a PhD in wine markets. He like buys and sells and trades wine, like stocks, but it's wine. Like, fascinating human being. And a just funny guy, a goofball. I've spoken to him a couple times since graduating. He's just a cool guy. I learned a lot from him. And then the other guy was this monstrous, like 6'6" Adonis bodybuilder looking dude, and he was the biggest giga nerd. Like, he said, we all, like, he was unironically giving an example. He said, we all talk about things that we're passionate about, and we want to focus on the things we're passionate about. I, for one, am passionate about mortgage-backed securities. I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, I find it fascinating. I love mortgage-backed securities. I think it's so great. Oh. It's like, yeah, and collateralized debt obligations, it's basically the same thing. And when you understand that, then you got to understand leverage in the broader financial market. And like, he was extremely passionate about this very niche random thing that you would think only accountants give a crap about, but he looks like a bodybuilder and he's just a cool guy. And his classes were like some of the most difficult things I've ever done in my life. Extremely tough. Also in the middle of COVID. That didn't make it easy. So anyway, but those 2 teachers actually like were teachers. Economics, I'm also not very good at. Finance, I'm good at because it's math. There is a right answer. For economics, it's like, yeah, probably it'll do something like this. I'm like, oh, I don't like that. Pumpkinhead hurt. Oh man, okay, I gotta take a second. How did that miss? Pumpkinhead. Oh, my bad. That's my B. When we played on launch day, I also needed a warm-up before I figured out my timings. Oh, yep. Is it back? Yeah, it's back. I was like, do I go to his butt or his head? I don't know. Oh, man. Look at his health. Come off it, dude. Come on. I got greedy. You're right. I got greedy. I used to have a business law professor who I called NyQuil because he used to put me to sleep. Well, I've also told you guys about the marketing professor I had who couldn't spell like very basic words. And it made him lose all credibility with me. And like, I just couldn't take him seriously. Like, what do you do to protect your intellectual property? Copyright? It's like, yeah, copyright. And he spells it like copy space RITE. So, okay, I get that one. And then he's like, okay, what's the next one? Trademark. He's like, trademark. And he spells it like TRAIDMARCK. Like, just clearly wrong. And like, we were waiting for it to be part of some like broader commentary on marketing. And it was like, no, he just doesn't know how to spell. And I felt bad because I'm like, some people are just bad at spelling. Okay, it could be dyslexia, it could be any number of things. But like, it was just, yeah, McDonald, I'm loving it. Exactly, that's the kind of thing it was. And the thing is, like, when you're working at a university and I'm paying tens of thousands of dollars to listen to you, and you can't spell properly, I kind of lose respect. You know, I stopped taking you as seriously. Oh, yep. I went too early. Ah, man. I like your robe, sir. Right in the pee-pee. There we go. See, we just needed to warm up. Amaya, it's good to see you. It's like a giant goat antelope thing. That's, yeah. I don't know what you'd call it. There's got to be a lore nerd in here that knows what, like, breed of creature he's supposed to be. I always prefer parrying rather than rolling. For me, I think it's mostly that I kind of train myself with high DPS, high aggression builds. So I think that's mainly why I play the way I do. Okay, in here we can buy some spells. Again, I keep trying to tap A to interact. Gantelope. A gantelope. That's good. I like that. I like that. To be clear, my business law professor was a nice guy. He just had the most monotone voice I'd ever heard. He also is teaching business law, so not exactly riveting stuff. Yeah, we had a business law professor. She was actually really cool. She actually owned like a chain of Gibbs bagel locations. You know, those bagel stores. She was very, very nice. But most of the class was filled with drama because one of the people in the class had been featured in an episode of Cops as a person who was being arrested. And it caused a lot of drama because a couple people recognized them. And like the poor kid, he like was just raised in a bad spot, and you know, it wasn't his fault that he grew up around all the crime and everything that he did. But it was, yeah, it was problematic because in the episode of Cops he was in, I think he was caught dealing meth and stuff like that. And so it was a bad situation. He's at like community college trying to get his life together, and then people recognize him from an episode of Cops where he was selling meth, and like I felt bad for it. Felt bad for the guy. Jesse Pinkman, Mr. White. Honestly, he didn't really look like Jesse Pinkman. I don't know who to compare him to. He looks like a celebrity. I just can't place it. He's a short dude, like maybe 5'5", 5'5", 5'6". He was nice enough. He really was trying to just get his life together, which is why it kind of sucked that he couldn't really escape that stupid episode of Cops that went viral because it was in some highlight reel that had 20 million views or something, and felt bad for him. Whoop. And that's why you don't deal meth, because you might end up on an episode of Cops, and then people will make fun of you at community college. Skinny Pete. Dude, Skinny Pete. Oh, man. The king. The king. The one and only. Gaming Ant. Gotta go back to work, but love you, Luke. Love watching your videos. They really give me breathers from life. Thanks, man. I hope your family's doing well. Oh, yeah, always. Thank you, my friend. What school did I go to and what did I study? I went initially to community college for the first 2 years because it was about a quarter of the price, and it doesn't matter. It transfers. All of your credits transfer no matter what. I didn't mean to do that. All of your credits transfer, easy peasy, and it just made sense. So I did community college for the first 2 years, and then I transferred to Colorado State University because it was local and was just kind of what I knew. And I studied corporate finance. UC Boulder. So I was accepted to CU Boulder, but the cost of living was going to be so high. Like, I got out of college with a total student loan balance of, I believe, depends on if you count interest or not. It was between $46,000 and $48,000 when all was said and done, which is a hefty sum. For me to go to CU Boulder, it would have been around $120,000. That's how expensive Boulder is. So it just wasn't going to, like, it didn't make sense, you know. As much as I love Boulder, I would love to live in Boulder. I would love to work in Boulder. You know, Boulder's a beautiful city. It's freaking expensive. It's the Hawaii of Colorado, you know. And part of it is because it's one of the few places in Colorado that people outside of Colorado really know about. And that makes it really easy to, like, hype up to tourists and outside investors. So, like, when I was selling commercial real estate, let me just break this down for you. A duplex in, like, the town and city that I live, so a 2-unit apartment building, just a house that's split down the middle, let's say. That thing, where I live currently, would cost around probably $350,000 to $400,000. In Boulder, that same exact building, but plopped in Boulder, would cost you between $2.5 and $3 million. The same exact building, but in Boulder, would be $2.5 to $3 million. That's how freaking expensive Boulder is. Part of it, I mean, why is it that expensive? It's simply because, like, the demand is there. It's a beautiful town. It's got beautiful views, and it's a very, very nice place to live. It's got some amazing, you know, satisfaction ratings from citizens, and, you know, it's a beloved place. Almost no crime at all. It's just beautiful. But it is also, did somebody put their sign down? The issue, though, is that because the demand is so freaking high, it's also just extremely expensive. And that kind of creates this reaffirming loop, because crime is almost non-existent in towns where the net worth increases a lot, and is very high. And part of it is because taxes for, like, schools and things are generated through property taxes. So if the property taxes are higher with the real estate being more expensive, then you can, like, your school systems are going to be better. And when there's better school systems, there's less crime usually because the education's better. And it just creates this loop where the more money there is, the less crime there is, which brings in more money, which brings less crime. And so it just kind of builds in circles and spins, right? Nice. So it's just tricky, but I would love to work and to live in Boulder. I was telling Nikki, I was like, if we ever get to the point where we're just swimming in dough, Boulder is a great place to be, but it's so expensive. Like I could get a giga mansion in northern Colorado, but in Boulder it would be like a small ranch house, like tiny thing. And honestly, I'm one of those people. I would rather drive 20 minutes to get to like the stores and the fancy place than live in a bungalow versus living in like a mansion. If given the option between a mansion and a bungalow that's 20 minutes a mansion 20 minutes away from the city or a bungalow in the city, I personally would rather live just in the mansion. Like, I don't know why anybody would answer differently, but clearly people do, because like Boulder exists. Game of the Year picks yet? No, not yet. I'm still like, part of it is that I'm going back. I'm trying each of my major contenders again. That's part of what we're doing here today, is giving Elden Ring kind of a fresh look after a break. Because Elden Ring was also part of sort of a phenomenon at the time. Everybody was talking about it. It's all anybody was playing. Hey. Shoot. And as a result, like that kind of skews the results a little bit, in the same way that like right now, all anybody's talking about is God of War, because that's all that there really is to play. But I would say probably that Elden Ring, I think, had a broader impact long-term than God of War did. God of War, it feels like a lot of people have kind of calmed down on already. Oh, where are you leading me to? Oh, the big bear's over there. You see him in the distance? I don't think I can take him right now. You see the big bear? I don't think I can handle this though, dude. Well, let me get the map fragment at least. Oh, another one. This is the hub, the bear hub. Just for future reference, in that forest. This forest is where the bears are. Look at them. Oh, they're so big. So big. Oh my god. Oh. God of War is great, but I don't think it's fair to be in Game of the Year contention. Literally just came out. Got to give it time. Same with Plague Tale. I think that's tough because there's no easy way to like give a cutoff that feels fair. Like either the cutoff is, say, November 18th, or it's December 1st, or the cutoff is January 1st, or whatever it is. Or it's not. Like there's no, you can't have a wiggle room. And if this game or God of War came out within the time frame, then it's fair. Like I think it's really screwy that like Pentiment isn't being considered because it came out like what, 2 days too late. But then again, the deadline was the deadline. The marketing team knew that and they didn't do it. And the other thing we got to remember too, guys, like let's be real. The Game Awards, I'm just, maybe this is a hot take. I don't know if it is. I don't care. Like, whatever. Maybe this is a hot take. But the the Game Awards by Jeff Keighley exist almost exclusively to pump holiday sales. That's why every major publisher tries to have a presence. That's why they show off trailers. Honestly, the show at this point is mostly trailers. Nick, I don't think it's rigged. I think they do honestly have a panel that selects it, like the game of the year and each of the awards. But pretty clearly, it's just one big like burrito where all of the rice and beans and the meat and everything are advertisements. And then the cilantro are the game announcements and the actual stuff that people care about. It used to be more heavily, you know, balanced the other way. Oh, look at the big boy. But now it's pretty much all like advertisements. And like you can still enjoy it because advertisements can sometimes be cool. Like they can be announcements for new games that you haven't seen before, you know, and that can be something that's worth checking out in and of itself. But the Game Awards are not some like great monolith of the industry, you know, like it doesn't matter if the game wins the Game Awards Game of the Year. Ooh. Yeah, it's nice, but if you don't win the Game Awards Game of the Year, you can still be a tremendous game. Red Dead Redemption 2 didn't win Game of the Year at the Game Awards, but it still won like close to, if not more, Game of the Year awards in total than God of War 2018 when you looked at every publication and everybody that was awarding Game of the Year. So it really doesn't like matter that much. It's just a very visible kind of pop culture staple. We're gonna try to run around this guy because again, I don't think I have the loadout to handle it. Are those wolves sleeping or dead? They sure look dead. So does that one. That's not good. He's watching me. Hey, little bitch. Stay away. Oh, that sounds bad because I'm playing as a female. Hey, little dick. Get away. Is that better if I flip it? I don't know. Maybe. I thought Ragnarok combat was too spongy. It depends on what difficulty you're playing at, for sure. At least in my opinion. Because I found the combat to be a little inconsistent in terms of balance. But it's always hard to tell if like that's actually what it was or if it was just a matter of like my like particular play style. I was getting used to the game and you know, you never really know. But I know that didn't make sense. I said, you know, you never really know. Didn't make any damn sense. Stupid Luke. Stupid. Master has given Luke a sock. Is there anything worth seeing over here? I don't remember. I don't know if I ever explored this area. Like this beach. I don't know if there's anything worth seeing. Let's see. Pairing is kind of buggy in God of War for me. I found it a little inconsistent. Timing wise. I don't know. And I had a couple little bugs here and there, but I sent them to the dev team and apparently they said they were working on fixes for them. So that's apparently in the works. It is freaking weird to be able to just go in and like send an email to the team and be like, hey, I found these soft locks, just so you know. And they're like, oh, thanks. We'll work on them. What could go wrong? This one's hidden. I can't send The Last of Us Part 2, but I would definitely give Writing Award for that over Ghost of Tsushima. He doesn't need to know. It's freaking scary. I mean, discover this. Let's see. Oh yeah, everybody likes. Yes, make Rocky happy and me happy. Likes do really help. If you could hit the like button, it does help. I would appreciate it. I would greatly appreciate it. I know it's cringe or whatever, but it does make a difference. It does help. Should we talk to the big boy? I'm sure he wants to have a decent conversation. Oh. Is that Mr. Beast? Sure is. Maybe I'm like the cynical prick. I'll be real. I don't get the Mr. Beast content. I don't get it. Like, I really don't. I understand it's like kind of crazy ideas. Oh, I gave like the first person to leave the circle gets $1 billion or whatever. I get it. But I don't find it entertaining. Yeah, I think he's like the most, I don't know if noble's the word. I think he's like a good guy and he's honestly trying to help people. And compare like what he does with his money to what like an XQC type guy does, where he's just buying fancy cars. Because, like, yeah, I think he's the better of the two. But, like, pretty clearly, or not pretty clearly, I just think, like, it's played out by now. Like, eventually, surely, people will get sick of it. It's like, can we do anything else for a video? I'm a grown man, that's why, I guess. XQC buys cars but can't drive them. Can he not drive? Is he not allowed to drive? Or is he just bad at driving? I don't know if I'm missing something with, like, he doesn't have a driver's license or something. That would be freaking hilarious if he buys, like, $250,000 cars and then he can't drive them. The things he does for people, though, are like chump change to him. You can bet he's got financial teams making sure it's written off. Oh, yeah. But this is something like I've never thought... I've never found this compelling. Like, to dismiss an act of charity because the person has the means to, like, I guess, enact that act of charity. That never made any sense to me. It's like, oh, well, so... Bill Gates is giving $10 billion to this charity to fight AIDS in Africa. But you know what? He's worth way more and he could, you know, it's not even that big of a deal to him. He still has a super yacht. I'm like, oh, okay. But is he still giving $10 billion to charity? Yes. Like, what do you want people to do? To give away their whole net worth instantly for some Twitter cred? They don't have to give anything. Yes, if I give a charitable contribution, I can write that off on my taxes because it's a tax deductible, whatever charitable contribution. Does that make me a bad person for then writing it off on my taxes? No, I don't think so. I don't find that to be the case at all. A lot of billionaires are extremely corrupt and selfish, though. Oh, absolutely. Same with Mother Teresa. Mother Teresa took money from the regime in Haiti that was basically causing their entire population to starve. And she was taking money from them and then just mixing it around with her funds and using it to build whatever she called them. She didn't even call them... yeah, what did she call it? I don't remember what she called him. But yeah, no, Mother Teresa, also horrible. But like, just, I think it's one of the frustrations I have is when people try to dismiss, oh, it looks like he started a fight with someone. When people try to dismiss a charitable act simply because the person is wealthy. I'm like, can we still just like, can we appreciate the charitable act? Because if you keep doing that, then people will just stop being charitable, full stop. Like, can we just thank the people for doing something good? Like, yeah, you also suck for these other reasons, but this thing was good. Can we just do that? Like when some streamers who previously have done like gambling stuff, like clearly hyping it up, they probably encourage their users and their fans to go on those gambling sites and lose money of their own. They did that. That's bad. I think that's kind of scummy to do. But then they go and they help some of their fans get their money back after they were scammed by another streamer. That's a good act. I still think that other thing they did was screwy. But I can praise this good thing. You know, it's like, bad boy over there, good boy over here. You can't become extremely wealthy without being some sort of scumbag. I don't know if I believe that. I think you can, like, it's easier to become wealthy when you're not opposed to being a little scummy. Certainly helps, because you can just like, you're not worried about breaching that contract or double crossing that broker that bought you the deal that you wanted, you know. It's a lot easier. It's a lot easier. Yeah, the people who bitch at billionaires probably didn't donate at all. Bobcat, I would agree. I think that's 99% of the time the case. Which is just really funny to me. Okay, it's probably about time. I don't have that much money. I don't have that much money. But I'm feeling good. Let me take this off. Okay. Love it. Hypocrisy is a funny topic. Oh yeah, no, everybody's a hypocrite. It just depends on what you're looking at. Which is why, like, it's all kind of stupid at the end of the day. But that's why I'm like, let's just look at the individual things. Like, if you donated to charity, thank you for donating to charity. Cool. Thank you. Like, even that example of Mother Teresa accepting money from the dictators in Haiti. Like, okay, the dictators who have impoverished masses. Yeah, they were horrible people. But they still gave it to charity, and we can be thankful for that individual thing. I mean, yeah, the charity was an ass one, because Mother Teresa would just use it to, like, basically build out locations for people to die. But did you expect to come to this stream and hear me rant against Mother Teresa? Probably not. Are you getting that? Yeah. I hate the little side shuffle thing the horse does, where he just kind of nudges you. We'll get this. It might take us a couple tries as I remember each of those attacks. But we'll get it. Oh, I rolled right into it. Oh, bad. Yep, that was my bad. Been a while since we fought this bro. I rolled into it again. See that little side shuffle, I hate that. missed both those swings. That hurts. Whack! Oh, man. Okay, I just have to not take a single hit. No biggie. Literally the next swing. Yeah, the engine, just the fact that you cannot play these games at higher than 60 frames is a travesty. It's so lame. Like, if ever there was a game to benefit from higher frame rates, it would be these games. And the fact that you can't go above 60 is amazing to me. It's such an oof. That should be like the #1 priority. But again, a lot of their fan base is so sycophantic. I don't think they would ever criticize them enough to get them to feel the need to do it. And my understanding is, like, the frame rate is tied into all of the animation timings. So, like, they can't just go and, like, quickly swap it out. It would be, like, a pretty major overhaul. Oh, man. It's that big swing. I always screw up. Yeah. Rocky. Well, hold out just a little bit, because we have to talk about those news stories in the doc here in just a little bit. Strange satisfaction, Mason. I think that's called being a masochist. I think that's what you mean. I'm gonna pick up my 0 runes. What was that? Ooh. That was not my best moment. Am I watching the World Cup at all? Not really. I think part of the problem I'm having, like, part of the reason I'm having difficulty with him is because I keep dodging to the left, which is towards the weapon. So I'm, like, making it markedly harder on myself. Yeah, I'm a little weak. I'm like plinking away at him with toothpicks. Let me hold on. Let's for the sake of Rocky, let's just take a brief pause. And here it is. We have a couple of little bitty tidbit news things. Yeah, get excited, people. Sony announced that they are working on NFT tech. So you thought NFTs were going away? Probably not. A brief pause. So this little tidbit here. First of all, let's talk about these because these are going to be fun. First things first, Phil Spencer has commented on delaying Redfall and Starfield. Both were initially supposed to be out like now. I think it was actually the 11th, I believe is what it was. Starfield was supposed to release. So like in some other timeline, we at this point would have had Starfield for almost a week in another universe, which is a little crazy just to think about. But, you know, it makes me really appreciate this. Like I mentioned this before, when I unboxed the God of War Collector's Edition, that thing was packaged in December of 2021. And I, of course, just got it. So like it's crazy to think that they've had like the collector's items and the game discs and everything sitting in a box in a warehouse somewhere for like a year. It's crazy. It's crazy. But these games just keep getting delayed over and over and over and over again. I'll be real. I weirdly enough, after playing Star Citizen, I'm like a lot less pumped for Starfield. I was never like pumped for Starfield, but I am far less interested. I think it's because like after trying Starfield or Star Citizen, it seems like everything Starfield wants to do, Starfield or Star Citizen, I swear to God, oh my God, is already doing markedly better. And yeah, it's buggy and it's got a couple things, but like the dynamic universe, yeah, they don't have 1,000 planets to explore. But are you really going to try to tell me with a straight face that Starfield's 1,000 planets is going to be anywhere near as impressive as anything else they've designed? Like, probably not. It's all going to be vast and empty. Not that that's inherently bad, but I just don't think it's going to be what people expect. You know, buckle up, fanboys, because I think there's going to be a little bit of disappointment with Starfield. I'm calling it now. 1,000 planets sounds like a chore. You're not wrong. It's just like, okay, there's going to be like an iron planet, and there's going to be a gold planet, and then there's going to be a gaseous planet, and then there's like, they're going to have all of these archetypes where you go and you mine stuff, and that's it. And like, that's not necessarily a bad thing, but if you're buying the game because you think it's a space simulator with 1,000 planets, it's like Star Citizen has what, like 7 or 8 planets in the persistent universe that they have now. And it's like so much, it's a little, like it's a lot to handle already. So 1,000 is ridiculous. You know, as Star Citizen could do 1,000, but I don't think anybody really wants 1,000. And I think that's what they've realized is like, eventually, like, yeah, you can open it up to that amount, but it's really hard to maintain any sort of quality. Old shitty game engine. Yeah, it's a reworked version, Jay, with
16 times the detail.
So it's the same thing. But it's been upgraded. And to be clear, like I actually saw a TikTok on this just this morning. The guy who, I forget his name, I'm sorry, but the guy who is directing Callisto Protocol, he did like a talk where people asked him about the game engine that they're using, and he said, like, of course you can't just build a game engine nowadays. You have to go and build something up. It can take like 3-4 years to develop a game engine, and for the quality standard that people expect now, realistically, you have to start with something that already exists and then alter it and try to improve it. It's like, that's why a lot of companies are going to the Unreal Engine and then they're editing the Unreal Engine to keep it up. Yeah, Wired interview. Exactly, Gavin. Gavin knows exactly what I'm talking about. It was a really fascinating interview. I really recommend it. But like, you go to UE and then you can tweak Unreal Engine to do what you want it to do. It's going to take a lot of work, but you can do that. And that's a lot easier than trying to build an engine up from scratch. So when people say like, oh, BGS should just get a new engine, build a new engine. It's not actually that easy. It's extremely expensive. And even then, if you start work in 2022, it's not going to be done till 2026. So whatever features you outlined you wanting, by 2026, those features might be outdated. Whereas if you have an engine that exists, it's a lot easier to keep that engine up to date with modern standards if it's being engineered by a dedicated team and that's all they do. And that's what Unreal Engine tries to do and what a lot of other companies have tried to do with their proprietary engines, like Frostbite and those companies, like within EA and Activision with their proprietary engines. They keep those specifically calibrated and they just roll them forward with dedicated teams. So, but even like huge companies like CD Projekt Red, a lot of those companies are even moving away from proprietary tech and they're moving towards these all-in-one engines like Unreal Engine in the case of CD Projekt, which can be altered as they need. They can work with the team over at Epic Games and they can work on stuff to make it function the way that they want to. So all of that to say, it's a really long way of just saying it's not as simple as just getting a new engine. I know we all would like it to just happen, but it's not that easy. And at this point, I think one of the things that's a holdover for BGS, and Todd has talked about this in a couple of interviews in the last 6 months, one of the reasons they feel that they are able to make Starfield and The Elder Scrolls 6 is specifically because they have the tool set that they're all familiar with and they can just quickly put the games together the way that they want to put them together. They know how to do it. It's quick to work in. It's easy. My understanding is that Unreal Engine is also very, very easy to work with, but who cares? So all of that to say, we're going to see. But if Starfield has notable tech issues and it's maybe outdated graphically and in terms of gunplay, and it also has bugs, I think the uproar is going to be so loud that Phil Spencer probably comes in and says, listen, guys, we're vetoing this. You've got to swap to Unreal because it's just not working anymore. It worked in 2008, maybe 2011. It worked well, but it's not doing it. Well, the big concern, Imperium, is already Elder Scrolls 6 is probably like late 2020s. If they're forced to change engines into like Unreal Engine 5, that's not happening until probably 2030 something. So, and Kunal, I agree. I think there's no reason to believe that this game will be any different. It's like in the collab I had with Mr. Matty Plays where we talked about it. I basically just said, I see no reason to be convinced that this time will be different. That's my biggest problem with Bethesda is that everything they've done so far is just reaffirming the idea that it's more of the same, right? Like everything I see is like, okay, it's going to be Starfield, basically Fallout with a new coat of paint, or like Skyrim with a new coat of paint, a coat of paint that's very buggy and glitchy, Ew, do not say 2030s. I don't like hearing that. Every time I hear 2030, I think of the movie I, Robot with Will Smith. That movie slaps, by the way. And in that movie, all of those like android creatures, I think it's set in like 2035 or something like that, but it's in the 2030s. And I always remember watching that movie as like an early teenager and being like, that's so cool. And that's within my lifetime. We're going to get there. We're going to get there. It's going to happen. Yeah, Imperium. It's because it's a good movie. I feel old when I hear 2030. Dude, for real. For real. Oh, I just got the movie joke. Yeah, sorry. We move quick in here. We move quick. We keep it moving. Let's see. What else is there? Oh, yeah. Basically, what did they say? I don't know. I just started rambling about the game engine. Phil Spencer didn't even really say that much. That was interesting. Phil Spencer really has mastered corporate double talk where he's like, we want players to be happy and satisfied where they are with the games they play. It's like, what does that even mean? It's nothing. Fun little tidbit. I don't know if you guys were aware of this. I actually have this scheduled to do a video on, which is just kind of funny because it's, you know, we're getting news on this now. But the Winter Soldier and Cloning Lab Omega level threat. What? Okay. Level hit Marvel's Avengers later this month. They're still doing updates to this game. I thought it was like that it was dead. It had been abandoned. I hadn't heard anything about it, except I think didn't they bring Black Panther? They brought like Spider-Man and Black Panther to it, I think. But they're still bringing stuff to the game. Are people playing it? That's what I'm asking. Like, who's playing the game and who's sending the money? Because they're still working on it. So either it's just like they're in this deeply committed, I guess, entrenched point where they like are contractually obligated to do it. I don't know. But yeah, just look at the gameplay. This is a throwback. This Omega level thread is a new endgame challenge headlined by climactic confrontation with the deranged genius to end the danger once and for all. Okay. The lab is challenging aim base that players will navigate before. Okay. Interesting. I mean, honestly, like moments like this, the game looks pretty good. Like it's cinematic, it's flashy. It doesn't look bad there. I think it's just really unfortunate because the game never felt like it really came together. It felt very disjointed and it felt like 5 games stitched together. Just honestly, exactly like Gotham Knights, where it feels like a live service game that was converted into a mobile game and then it was converted back into a console game. And so there's all sorts of weird remnants of development all over the place. Kind of feels the same with this, where it's like they really wanted a live service multiplayer co-op thing going, but it was designed in the same basic outline as like Anthem, and it just didn't work. Just didn't work. And the levels were really narrow, and in an age when everything is like huge open world levels. I don't know. It's tricky when you give players like the ability to fly and then you stick them in a small arena. It just feels wrong, you know? It's like giving your kid the keys to a Lamborghini and being like, yeah, you know, you can drive this all around, but don't leave the garage. It's like, oh. I know Lamborghini was a weird choice. Maybe just the car. You give your 16-year-old kid the keys to the car for the first time ever. And like, yeah, have fun driving, but don't leave the garage. And it's like, so I can't, you mean I can't drive it? Like, you gave me this thing, but I can't use it for anything. Okay, I got you. Still can't believe they dropped the ball so hard in this game. Should have been easy money. This did not need to be live service game track. Yeah. Lockie's getting a Lambo. Oh, I've seen it. He's got a little one of those plastic cars that he sits in with the little Hong Kong, like little horn in the middle, and he's so cute in it. He'll sit in it. He's got a little fake Starbucks cup of coffee. It's just a little plastic cup, but it looks like Starbucks. And he sets it in the cup holder. And then he goes over and then he like grabs his stuffed animal and he sets it in the car with him. And then he sits in it, closes the door, and then he faces backwards, staring out the back window of his little car. And then he hops out and he opens the door, he grabs his stuffed animal, and then he goes over, walks around, does some stuff, and he gets back in the car, doing little errands. He's a cute little fella. He's a good dude. Little kids are the best. Mine are growing out of that stage now. Yeah. No, we're enjoying it. He's a hoot. He's a goofy fella. But yeah, all of this to just get back to it. The studio will reveal more about Update 2.7, including Winter Soldier's backstory, first look at Cloning Lab, and a bunch of outfit reveals. And they're launching it on November 29th, which is a thing. Dude, it launched September 4th of 2020. Why does that feel like an eternity ago? That wasn't that long ago, but then again, it was also over 2 years ago. It both feels like forever ago and like yesterday, you know? It's one of those things. But anyway, I'm going to be doing an I tried video where I go back and I try this game again, because apparently they're getting a ton of support. But knowing now that they're doing something on November 29th, what day of the week is that? Tuesday. So we could schedule that maybe for the 28th, right before. I don't know. Yeah, Game Informer gave it an 8.75. Like, so when I tried it, I didn't think it was a bad game. Like, it wasn't bad. In the same way, like, I think a lot of the design elements in Gotham Knights are bad. I think rather here, like, there's just so much that's lackluster and bland and meh. Like, I remember trying to play it and just being, like, actually bored out of my mind. I just wasn't interested in it. And whether that's combat issues, whether that's the story, whether that's the acting, it could be a combination of all of it. But when your game isn't fun, there's just, like, it has no hope. And for me, I just didn't find it fun. And so I think I could see people being able to, like, connect with it. If they connected with it and found it fun, I could really, you know, decently see an 8 or an 8.5 if you were one of the few people that really connected with it. I just didn't think it was fun. Popular with young teens? Maybe. I mean, if they're still developing stuff for it, if they're still doing DLCs and expansions and stuff, somebody's playing it. Somebody. Because they don't just do this for free. You want to play this multiplayer? I mean, yeah, we could do that. I think I have it on PlayStation, I think is where I bought it. And I don't think it's cross-plat. But if you have it on PlayStation, then we probably do that. But yeah, anyway, so that's apparently happening. They're still doing updates and stuff for it, which is kind of cool. It's kind of cool. We also have a little tidbit. We have, of course, a lot of Ubisoft fans that watch the channel and hang out, because I talk about Assassin's Creed a lot. It's understandable. One of the things that people have been interested in is the Prince of Persia remake. Wondering what's going on with that. It was announced a while ago and then it disappeared. Nobody heard anything. Then there was news it restarted development. Really, really weird. Well, Lance McDonald, who is like a gaming journalist. I don't fully understand his position in the industry, but he tweeted out some information about another news article that came out, which was basically saying that Ubisoft cancels Prince of Persia remake pre-orders, but not the game. So people had ordered it, pre-ordered it, Ubisoft canceled and refunded those. After the initial reveal, a lot of people were not thrilled at the quality of the remake. It looked pretty bad. And it looks like Ubisoft took that to heart. What Lance said is, quote, "This was actually finished. It went gold, went through Sony certification, and was uploaded to PlayStation Network servers where some people clever were able to preserve it and even decrypt it using their pre-order encryption keys. I wonder what the hell happened." That's insane. I didn't know that that was even something that was possible, but apparently for certain resourceful people, they can do that. Who'd have thunk it? Like that's crazy. That's crazy. Destruction Games responded, "I heard it was delayed last minute to rework the visuals after the negative feedback. I guess it had already been uploaded to PSN by the time they decided to delay it." And Lance says maybe that was the case. They could have been planning on a huge day one patch to be applied to the build that they'd already pushed through certification and just never were able to follow through with it. Maybe. It must have been so bad they thought it would destroy the brand. Lance replied, "I assumed it must be a legal quagmire. Maybe lost the rights to some software middleware or team members involved or something. Pay disputes. Not sure. Who knows? Who knows? This is the trailer of the remake. Like, look at this. This doesn't, remember, this isn't a remaster. This is branded as a remake. Like, it just doesn't, that don't look like a remake, if I'm being real, fam. This looks like a solid remaster, but it don't look like a remake. Because again, just to put it in perspective, remember what Mafia Definitive Edition looked like? Way improved. It was one of the best looking games of the year. It was stunning. It was polished. It was incredible. This honestly just looks like an asset swap with remastered elements elsewhere. So I don't blame them for wanting to delay this and kind of, basically restart. And that's what it sounds like they are having to do. They did all of this work to remake all of this stuff, but it was done so poorly that Ubisoft scrapped it and said, okay, we're going to just restart. Mafia was stunning and brave and beautiful. It was stunning, brave, and beautiful. So, yeah. Oh, he grabbed the blade. That's not good. So, yeah. Who knew? Who knew? Bad dreams. Sorry I left so abruptly earlier. My phone died. I just wanted you to know you totally changed my mind about the charity thing. Couldn't let it set that way. Oh, well, that's... I appreciate that. I'm glad that I at least said something that was moderately compelling. Sometimes I surprise myself. But yeah, I to go back to that, yeah, I just think if somebody does something good, like we have to acknowledge that it was good. Otherwise, like, it just, the whole world turns into Twitter, where it's like, hey guys, I donated my kidney to charity. I'm like, but you still have two, like, or you still have one. You had two. Now you still have one. So you didn't give as much as you could. So you're basically just a selfish pig. It's like, okay, this is why we can't have nice things, like that's exactly why. There we go. I'm just tweaking the lighting on the castle. It's a little bright. I'm not a perfectionist. You're a perfectionist. Okay. For those of you who missed it, the Hogwarts Legacy reveal thing that they did was actually pretty impressive, if I'm being completely honest. I don't know what I was expecting. I think I just kept bracing for it to just continue feeling meh. But the more we continue to see of this game, the more interested I am, if I'm being honest. The world seems very well realized. The castle is realized allegedly in its entirety. You can just freely explore the entire thing. There's, of course, an original story tied to it. You go to classes, you do all of that stuff. You can explore outside of Hogwarts Castle, wherever you want. It's interesting. Did they ever address the weird voice acting? Not as far as I'm aware. Not as far as I'm aware. But then other moments like this. Hold on. Let me play this. So just for the record, we watched the thing live that they did. And one of the things that was most clear was that the audio and the voiceovers were extremely compressed. And it might have been the way that they were streaming it, but the audio was like pretty horrible. It was just rough, specifically within dialogue. Music-wise, sound effects, the Foley sound effects, all of it was great. But the voices, it was rough. It was really, really rough. So, in this footage, you can see another cutscene, and they don't sound as bad.
You could get to the child when they came to Hogsmeade. That all you needed was a distraction. I gave you a distraction.
I just watched a student take down your distraction.
Even here, I can hear it. Basically, it just sounds like the voices are too compressed and the volume level is too high and it's not balanced properly for the environment. So like when a character is 6 feet away from the camera, they should sound differently than when the camera is right up on them. And when they're outside, it should sound different than when they're inside. All of that plays into it. And it's not actually that easy to do. I think it's YouTube compression. Maybe, but then why doesn't it happen for every other video game? You know? Like, Either way, there's something unique about Hogwarts Legacy and the dialogue that's causing vocal artifacting and issues that we hear. So maybe it's just, it sounds really good in person, but for some reason, the way it's compressed for their capture when it goes through YouTube, it sounds worse than when other engines audio are captured. I don't know. Either way, there's a problem.
Who is this child? Are you not telling me?
But perhaps you shouldn't involve yourself with that just yet.
Let's go.
Dude, I low-key want a top hat. I've said this before, I cannot stand the screen space reflections. Look at the reflections in the water behind the rocks. It's ass.
Enemies possess unique defensive and offensive abilities, including blasting curses.
I've said it before, I've said it again.
Enchanted weaponry and
I kind of hope they allow you to turn off the white outline, because it's like really egregious. I don't like it. Like, even if there's got to be some way to make it a little more subtle, right? Like, maybe there's some sort of magical cloud or something that floats to them. I don't know. It's just to show you where, like, which target is you're aiming at. I get that. But I would want to turn that off so bad. I just don't like it. Maybe playing the game, it's not as bad, but I don't like the look of it. Yeah, they did mention the UI could be customized. They said elements of it. They said you could turn off the mini map, but I don't know if the outlines on the enemies counts as that. But a simple dot, yeah, I think I'd be happy with a simple dot. If I ever get in contact and I ever lock down the press contact for a review code for this, that's going to be one of the first questions I ask is, can you customize that white outline? And I will let you know. I will let you know. This is tricky. I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about this. I really don't know. I really don't know. Update on Evil West codes. I can neither confirm nor deny, except I think I already did basically confirm, but I may or may not have a review code for it. Co-op codes, it looks like there's a big lockdown on those. Again, that one YouTuber that was leaking stuff, he's changed a lot. Like, so many of these companies now are just like, nope. Very, very selective. So you can thank that dude. I've tried. I've tried to open it up. I can even check my inbox, because I did basically reach out asking for co-op stuff, but I don't think I ever got something back. Yeah. So, sorry. That in and of itself is confirmation. Well, exactly, Andre. It never made sense to me when they're like, yeah, you can't confirm that you have review codes, but you also, like, can't, like, yeah, you shouldn't lie. So I'm like, okay, so if I'm asked, did you get this thing, and I didn't, I can just say no. But if you get asked, did you get this thing, and you did get it, you have to say, I can't confirm that. So it's basically a yes. You know, like, everybody knows. Napper Neo, got a dip blue, great hanging. Thanks for coming by, my friend. I'll have to wait for review before I get it, since I never had Evil West on my radar. I gotta be careful. Is Evil West coming to Game Pass? Let's see. It'll be available on PC, Xbox. It doesn't look like it comes out on Game Pass. Okay. Huh. Why don't you try to interview voice actors just like Dan Allen Gaming? My impression is that voice actor interviews almost never do very well unless they are with big names. And I just don't, I mean, it doesn't really fit into my normal kind of content. I don't really do the interviewee type things. So I think it would stick out like a sore thumb. I don't think it would work well. No Quidditch is a strange choice. I think they're just setting it up for a DLC. I mean, let's be real. Why include Quidditch when it's not part of the core story or mechanics? You don't need to include it, and it's still going to sell gangbusters. And then when you come out after launch and you are like, hey, the game is really successful. We have a $20 expansion, Quidditch, tournaments, all sorts of stuff. You're going to buy it. I'm going to buy it. So... branch out. Well, that's what this channel's for. That's what this channel's for. The live channel. So, like, I'd be down to have voice actors and interview them on stream. And do that. I'm totally down for that. But I don't think it fits on the main channel. They just don't want you chasing the golden snatch. Yeah, there's actually a side quest in the game about a teacher who tries to chase the golden snatch. It's basically just a student that he really likes. Chasing him around the castle. It's quite problematic. Oh god. Meme Duga, and you could upload clips from the interviews and get like 100k views. Yeah, no, and like I said, I'm totally open to that. The big thing is like people when they sub to the main channel, they expect a certain type of content, and if I like buck the trend and do a different type of content, it sticks out, and viewers don't like it. They shut down. So, and once they shut down and they stop clicking through on videos, YouTube stops recommending them. And so then they do even worse numbers and blah, blah, blah. It just spins and spins. I'd be salty as hell if they made it a DLC. Well, and like, I know the impression would be that they cut this out of the game just to sell it to you after the fact. But honestly, like my guess would be that during development they didn't include it just because they only had a like set budget and that's all they expected. But if this game sells as well as it looks like it's going to sell, and they go to the like head guys at Warner Bros and they're like, listen, we think we can get 80% of the player base to buy a Quidditch expansion or even a dedicated separate game that's just Quidditch or something, like a live service game of Quidditch. People, I think they'll get greenlit for it. It just depends on how well this game sells. Like this, I get that people are bummed not to have Quidditch, but is that going to make the game bad? No. The game can still be really good or really bad without Quidditch. Will you be able to kill Dumbledore? Oh, for sure. For sure. Wizarding World fans will eat it up. Oh, hell yeah, dude. I'm going to eat it up. Nikki's already super excited for it. She's been watching the trailers and the reveals and stuff. She's pumped for it. Project the Perceiver? No, I don't think so. Maybe Quidditch wasn't a sport yet. I guess we could just check when Quidditch invented. It says 1050. It was, the name Quidditch was from the location of the first ever recorded game, said to have taken place on Quidditch Marsh around the year 1050. And then around 1269, there were different games played that changed the rules. Huh. Quidditch players flying on uprooted trees. So, like, this is why people love Harry Potter, though. Like, look at... This is on a fictional game that doesn't exist in reality. And this is all of the lore and all the detail surrounding it. Like, original gear that you're supposed to use, rule sets, Flacking, pushing any portion of anatomy through the goal hoop in an attempt to push the quaffle out. The keeper should defend from the front, not the rear. Classic. So, like, that's just crazy. This is why people love it. There's just so much detail. Is Hogwarts Legacy going to be on Skyrim's level when it comes to replayability and RPG elements? Who knows? Who freaking knows? I think, honestly, most of the appeal... I would love to see the stats for it. Most of the appeal for Hogwarts Legacy, I think, is that people can explore the castle and the world of Harry Potter freely. And so I would guess if they look at the stats, there will be, like, probably 60% of players' time will be spent just exploring and going around. And that's why, like, collectibles will matter, dynamic events in the world will matter a lot. And that's what I'm excited to see. And I've spent a lot of time testing open world design in various video games. So I have a feeling I'm going to have a lot to talk about when it comes to Hogwarts Legacy. I'm very excited. House everybody's going for? Yeah, everybody, rep your houses in chat. I want to see. It would actually be really... Oh, I could do a poll. What if we do a poll? Here, I'll do a poll. Hufflepuff. Ravenclaw. Slytherin. Gryffindor. Answer me this. Okay. Forgive the spelling. I don't know if I spelled Gryffindor or Slytherin right. I want to see what the majority of people in here are. I'm interested. I would guess we have a lot of Ravenclaw. I would guess. The spelling sucks ass. Gryffindor. I guess it's right in front of me, actually, from the Quidditch page. I could have just looked at that. Oops. Oops. Oh, well, that's too late. Is it really that close? No way that it's that close. Oh, I did spell it with an I. Oh, lol. Cringe. Dude, I've had this one company trying to get me to promote their NFT game. They've sent me, and I kid you not, like a half dozen emails over the course of a week. I told them I'm sorry, I don't know. I don't do NFT stuff. I just don't. But they still keep sending me crap. Drives me crazy. So I blocked them, and then they started sending stuff from another email. Ravenclaw. Do we free NFT money? They don't want to pay me. They want to pay me with NFTs in their game. Like, not even joking. Like, they want to pay me with NFTs within their game. Can you imagine doing like, oh, we'll offer you a sponsorship to play Apex Legends on stream. I'm like, oh, really interesting. Yeah. We'll give you 50,000 Apex credits. Like in-game currency. Or Todd is like, can you talk well about Fallout 76, please? We'll give you 500 atoms. You know, like, I'm good. No, that don't pay the bills, man. You don't want the immeasurable value of NFTs. Yeah, Michael, you're right. It truly is immeasurable. They don't make a scale small enough. Or I could just do the thing FTX did. I don't know if you guys saw that, but FTX, they were selling people Bitcoin, but they counted them on their balance sheet as liabilities, which means that they were selling you a Bitcoin that they didn't have. So they were paying you, or they were giving you a fake, like, imaginary Bitcoin that on their books they showed as like negative 50,000, or you own $10,000 worth of a Bitcoin today. They would write down that they owe you 10 grand, even though there's no Bitcoin tied to it, which is like not okay. Not okay at all. But then on their balance sheet, it looks like, oh, well, they balanced everything out pretty evenly. Oh, that's really interesting. There's so much crap that went on with that. I swear all NFTs are just fake checks that bounce. Yeah, I mean, I said a long time ago, I was like, NFTs and a lot of crypto is just kind of like a tax on people who want to get rich quick and the gullible. I don't think you have to be stupid to get into NFTs and crypto. There's a lot of very smart people that are into crypto, absolutely, and NFTs. But you have to be pretty freaking gullible if you think that that's going to make you rich. And now you see the whole thing collapsing with FTX. It's exactly the case. Like, just saying Dogecoin to the moon does not make it go to the moon. I hate to be the guy that tells you this, but that's not how markets work. To the moon, man, to the moon. I'm sorry I had to break the news to you. Yeah, you don't ever invest in unregulated crap. Absolutely. Ravenclaw. Okay, so we'll end it there. Ravenclaw won it. Honestly, it's a lot closer than I was expecting. I was expecting like Ravenclaw and maybe like a handful of, well, maybe pretty evenly split on the lower ranks, but I was expecting Ravenclaw to win it much broader. But I don't know. Hufflepuff got done dirty. I guess we don't have many Hufflepuff in here. We all can handle our lactose. Why Ravenclaw though? Ravenclaw usually is, they're like the sort of analytical, critical thinkers. Like they're very intellectual types. Whereas like Slytherin are more conniving. Like Keemstar would just be Slytherin. Like Keemstar's community would be 100% Slytherin. Like the really goofy, frilly types are usually Hufflepuff. Gryffindor is like the lion-hearted types. So I was just expecting Ravenclaw. When got a haircut, what did I miss? Have you played Elden Ring yet? Yes, we did play some Elden Ring. And Rocky said it was boring, so we took a break to read some news stories. Yeah, it's just, oh. Do. Elden Ring isn't boring. Rocky is. Boom. I'm here. Shout out to the people at work. Yes, work people, shout out. I don't know how to do a shout out for people at work, but shout out to the people working, making the dollars. I will say Elden Ring, I can see why, like, Elden Ring is one of those games where I think the best way to stream it is while doing something else at the same time. Like, that's the kind of game that if I'm playing it, I think reacting to news and videos is probably the way to do it. Things like that, I just by itself, I don't know if it's that compelling to watch. Whereas like Star Citizen, weirdly, every time we've streamed Star Citizen, view numbers are very high and the engagement's really high, and it's really interesting. Even from regulars, because it's not just new people that pop in because we're talking about Star Citizen. Yeah, Rocky, sorry. People said you were boring because I said, oh, we stopped playing Elden Ring because Rocky said it was boring. And then people were saying that, no, Elden Ring isn't boring. Rocky's boring. They were quite mean-spirited with it. Okay, hashtag I stand with Rocky. Who always fans. Time to clean house. Oh god. Okay. I have some bands laying around just to hand them out a little bit. So this little thing, I don't know if you guys ever saw this, but Superman Unreal Engine 5 demo creator claims game was stolen and was being sold on Steam. This is a little heartbreaking because it sucks that this happens. But Tyson Butler Boschma, maybe, what he basically did is he went into the Matrix demo that Epic Games did, and he cut out the Matrix specific stuff and then built in superhero elements or Superman elements so that you could explore the city and fly around in Unreal Engine 5 just like this. Like, so it actually looks really good. The data streaming is pretty crazy and it seems to work really well. But he built this thing out. It wasn't that complicated. You know, he knocked it out pretty quickly. He just basically built the Superman controls, the cloth physics, and stuff like that. It wasn't that difficult because the city was already built. And then somebody stole it and started selling it on Steam for like $11. And just pocketing it. Which just kind of sucks. This to me, though, this tells me exactly why a Superman game is a little trickier to pull off than you might think. Because you're traveling so quickly, like, you don't even really know what's going on. Like, even in Spider-Man, you're moving pretty quickly. This is also very, very fast-paced. But, I mean, it shows you how fast Unreal Engine can stream data. Like, look at this. The cars are still spawning. Like, Gotham Knights will be running at 4 frames a second. Yeah, imagine trying to balance a Superman game. It's the thing. I think some characters and some like stories just don't really work as video games. And I honestly think that Superman is one of them. I just don't see how you can create a Superman game on the scale it needs to be for any reasonable amount of cost and also make it feel really fun. Because Superman, by definition, is overpowered. So the only way to do it is to basically just turn, have him fight enemies that, you know, come from Zod and, they're all basically just little versions of Superman. And when Superman is just fighting smaller versions of Superman, it doesn't, he doesn't feel like Superman anymore. He just feels like superhero generic number 4, you know? And so I just don't think it really works. And then to have him fly super quickly like this, you can't even really see what's going on half the time. Like, it makes you, like, almost motion sick. It's crazy. This, if I played this upstairs on the 100-inch screen that we have, I think I'd be puking already. Superman is basically too OP. Yeah, and it's because Superman is, like, by definition, he could be called OP Man. Like, that's basically who he is. Yeah, he's basically a god. Yeah, and so the only way to make the game interesting is to have him fight other gods. Otherwise, like, he can just flick people, like human beings, across the planet and kill them instantly. And that's just not that compelling or interesting. So they're like, oh, we'll just swap it around. Have him, like, fight other superheroes. And then it's like, okay, well, that's just a generic superhero game. Like, how do you make it feel unique? It's tough. Give all the thugs kryptonite armor. Yeah, but then you run into the same thing where it just feels like you're doing Spider-Man, like Marvel Spider-Man, but instead of swinging, you just kind of fly like this, and then everything else is identical. And that's even one of the traps that, like, Gotham Knights fell into. Gotham Knights does the same thing. I'd let Ken flick me. You know, just to see what it's like. I mean, I'm just very open-minded, you know. Same thing happens with Thor and Hulk. Yeah. Superhero games are a lot harder to pull off than people, I think, give developers credit for. The, like, Batman games, I think, work so well because Batman is a dude. Like, he doesn't have magical abilities. He uses tech and resourcefulness and cunning. And that, I think, is the great equalizer. And that makes every conflict and threat much more engaging and interesting. Whereas with Superman, it's like, it's very hard to make it feel grounded and real in the world of Superman. Because also, like, in order for combat to be there, you have to worry about damage. And so, but like at the same time, Superman can take like any punishment you throw at him, unless it's kryptonite stuff. But then it's like, okay, so does every enemy on the map have kryptonite stuff? Like, again, then it just doesn't feel fun anymore. It's just generic superhero game number 4. You know, it's just another one of those things. What else do you recommend? Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't think there is a solution. I think Superman is just one of those characters, and it's one of those archetypes that just doesn't work well in a video game. It just doesn't work. And if you were to do it, you probably can get a game put together with it, but it's going to feel very generic, and I don't think it's going to feel like you're actually playing as Superman. You're going to be playing like Superman, but with 15 nerfs, where like he has a kryptonite collar wrapped around his neck. Well, then he's not really Superman. You're playing as like dumbed down Superman. And just the fact that you have to dumb down Superman to make him playable in a game should tell you that Superman by himself doesn't really work. Yeah, Little Man. There you go. Little Man. I'd play Little Man. Clark Kent Simulator. Oh, that could be good. Yeah, where it's just you going and writing newspaper articles. Yeah, that could work. Hear me out. Why don't they make a Superman game where you have to fly through rings? Ben, I think you're onto something. I think you... Hold on. Magic can hurt him so he could fight Hogwarts teachers. Hogwarts teachers. Yeah, there you go. That could work. They should make it so it's like Superman's young child and it's just discovering his powers, so he's not that powerful and you can increase as you go. Or just do Brightburn the game. You guys remember Brightburn, that movie? It's basically Superman as a child if he were evil. That movie's disturbing AF. The scene with the car. Shut up. The scene with the car is like actually horrifying. But anyway, so the Superman thing is crazy. Somebody stole it, they started selling it, and then the team that stole the game and listed it on Steam started copyright striking everything that the developer that made it. They started like striking all of his stuff and throwing this stuff out. It was insane. And then the developer said, our game is not stolen. One of the former devs of our user team, TJ Atomica, left our team long time ago. But now he claims that the entire project belongs to him, but this is completely false. The game's rights and development process belong entirely to us. The reason why he did this is because sales were increasing quite rapidly. He thinks he can make money from it. He says he has no idea who this company is, and his LinkedIn has never listed any information associating him with them. Let's see. The developer also brought the game on Steam only to find the opening level he says he created from scratch, including a message he wrote about how the demo works. Butler Boschma said, this is, quote, this is 100% confirmed to me. This project was the one I made, and the developer just downloaded, stole, and passed off this work as their own. That's pretty screwy. Yeah, it's free to try out on itch.io if you want to try it for free. But make sure you try it on free and you don't pay for it. Hero Games responded to the review before the game was removed. So apparently it was removed. Somebody at Steam headquarters took it down, probably. Good on them. This type of thing, it's so sucky that this is even something that people have to worry about. But I mean, even that thing I told you about earlier with the free game giveaway, where somebody created a duplicate account that looked identical to the giveaway winner and then went in there and tried to claim it. It just happens. You know, if I were more similar to my parents, it'd be like, see, it's another example of our country collapsing. Whatever happened to the moral fabric? But is Ocarina of Time one of your top games to kind of know how old you are? No, I didn't play it, you know, when it was coming out, and I know it might be horrifying, but I think because time has passed, now I just don't find Ocarina of Time that interesting or compelling. I have like zero nostalgia bias towards it, so it just doesn't do anything for me. I'm sure it's a great game, but I'm not that into it. We're just into different people, you know. Favorite games this year? I mean, right now I think Elden Ring, God of War Ragnarok are the two front runners for Game of the Year. I liked Cult of the Lamb. There were too many bugs in it for me to consider giving it Game of the Year. It was very iffy and inconsistent, and just, it crashed a ton. Plague Tale Requiem was also very, very good. I love that game, and I love it paired with its predecessor. I think the games work tremendously well together. So that is also, I think, in consideration. But when I think of the games that like really freaking impressed me, the two are Elden Ring and God of War Ragnarok. For me, Requiem was great. It just did exactly what I was hoping it would do, but it's still like a AA solid narrative game. But when you compare it to the AAA and quadruple A effort put into like Ragnarok and Elden Ring, it's tough to compete. Yeah, Rocky predicted the twist. Kind of disappointed, felt cheap. Yeah. It's not about the twist, it's about the journey on the way to the twist. Whoa. I have a hard time imagining God of War Ragnarok stories is better than Requiem, but I haven't played Ragnarok. It's better is a weird word. Better is a weird word. Stray. Yeah, I would agree. I don't think Stray should be in there. There were tons of like technical issues at launch, which people are just weirdly forgetting about. It's freaking short as hell. And let's be perfectly honest, if that game were about anything other than a cat, it would not be nominated. It's because I have two cats. I love cats. But cat people are crazy. And cat people will give Game of the Year to a cat game simply because you play as a cat. Just saying. I think Stray is getting nominated off of its uniqueness, and yeah, because it's about a cat. Yeah, I am crazy. Yeah, exactly. Exhibit A. Yeah, it is unique, and like I said, I think every year there's usually like a little tiny game that gets nominated along with the big boys, and like it could be Inside, it could be Journey, you know, games like that. And this year the little game that got nominated was Stray. Last year it should have been the Forgotten City. It mostly got indie nods, but still. I like inhaled it. Oh, I'll be okay. Yeah, Sifu was this game, or this year. That's true. Oh god, I like inhaled that stuff.
16 times the detail.
But yeah, how is chat more active now? We have less people. The people that are here are committed. That's why. And it's also because I'm joking. JK, I'm fine.
We do a little trolling. It's called We Do a Little Trolling.
No, not really. I did actually choke, but, you know, I saw the opportunity and I seized it. So, 16 times the deet. That would, I actually, that might be funny. So yeah, I Stray is a weird choice. Other games that released this year, I really liked The Quarry. It's kitschy and campy, and it's not amazing, but The Quarry I had a lot of fun with. And there's something to be said for just blind, stupid fun. You know, that's a thing. So I like, that's probably up there. Are there any other games? Any other games that launched this year that need to be discussed? I'm just looking through my Steam library, seeing if anything jumps out. Like, oh yeah, that was this year. Saints Row, of course. Let's see. Oh, thank you, Kanal. Thank you so much. That was last year. Right, RE Village, I mean. I'm about 15 hours into Ragnarok, and I have to say Plague Tale gets it for the writing. Yeah, Plague Tale, if it hits you emotionally, it'll do a number to you. Now it goes off. It always takes a minute. Other games, I don't know. I can't talk about Evil West. I can't talk about Callisto Protocol because nobody has it yet. So I can't touch on any of those. Are there any other big games coming out? I don't think so. Like, really, I think the consideration comes down to Elden Ring versus God of War, if I'm being real. Thoughts on the Switch? Any games you enjoyed on there? I love my Switch. I wish I could play more and come up with more to play on it, but I haven't touched that thing in a while. But the Mario Rabbids games, those are great. Mario Rabbids, I could get into those. I could F with those. I can't talk about it means yes. How to say that? I don't think any games I'm reviewing now will find their way onto Game of the Year nominations. This microphone, like the tape is like melting and turning to goo. It's goo! That's weird. Sonic Frontiers. Dude, Donkey trended for like 2 or 3 days over that one video. Where he just said, like, I think Sonic sucks. Like, it's amazing to me. But Sonic fans are something else, dude. Something else. Pentiment is fun. I downloaded it. I haven't tried it yet. No, you can't. Shut up. Shut up, Rocky. Damn it. I'm getting sloppy, guys. I'm getting sloppy in my old age. I can't believe that. Oops. But Quarry, I liked the Quarry a lot. Again, it's not amazing. It's not great. But if you guys haven't seen this, the Quarry. So like this is the Quarry. It's from the same team that did Until Dawn and all of the Dark Pictures anthology games, and it's not perfect. Like, it's a little quirky at times, but there are some really funny little moments that come out of nowhere. I don't think I captured audio with this footage. And this was like weirdly compressed because of HDR limitations, but it's like a really cool choose your own adventure kind of game. There aren't as many like opportunities, I feel like, for characters to die, if I'm being real, compared to like Until Dawn. It feels like a good sequel, spiritual successor to Until Dawn, but it's a great start. Like if they can do another version of this, just with more gore and crap and more opportunities to screw up, I'm all in. I'm all in. But just right now, like this game, I think there's maybe 2-3 opportunities to screw up for each character, and that's about it. Whereas in Until Dawn, it felt like you were walking down the stairs, and if you hit the wrong button, that you would, like, somebody would die, you know. TurboTax is sending me emails. They're like, well, let's get started early. God of War console bundle. Thoughts? I mean, for me, it doesn't list a price, Rocky. It just says unavailable. So I don't know how much they're charging for it. But, I mean, it's just a PS5 that has a code in the box for God of War. Oh, they have it listed for 900 or 600 USD. Yeah, I don't have that. It just says unavailable for me. 600. I think they raised the price to 550, so another 60-70 bucks would bring it to 610. So that makes sense. That makes sense. I mean, if you don't have a PS5, that's just like buying the PS5 and the game. It's no different. So, you know, who cares? Who cares? You want it? I have too many PS5s already. People give me crap because I have 2 PS5s. And I kind of want a third for my bedroom. I know, it's terrible. Does God of War Ragnarok on the PS4 make console stress at all? Somebody was in here that had the PS4 Slim, and they said that when they played it, it sounded like a jet engine, which I totally believe. And somebody else said that they had it on PS4 Slim, and it was causing a bunch of random bugs and glitches, which is kind of weird. Why do I have 2 PS5s? One for the studio, so for down here, so we can play games and stream them and record them in the studio. And then another one upstairs in the living room for the big 100-inch screen, so I can play while sitting on the couch and chilling, you know, and I'm vibing. Yes, yeah, tight. You sure did. Got all that taken care of, though. PlayStation ended up figuring it out. I don't know whatever happened to it. I don't know if they found the console or what, but so my compensation is a PS5. You said game. You didn't say that I couldn't do a game bundle that happened to come with the console. What do you think of our God and Savior Bruce Campbell, known for Evil Dead 2, Army of Darkness, Spider-Man 1, 2, 3, the game? So what do I think of Bruce Campbell? Is that the question? I mean, funny. A funny guy. A weird guy, but funny. I don't know hardly anything about him. I recognize him when he pops up on screen in random times, but I don't know like a ton about him. I just know he's funny. How did Sifu get into the fighting game category when it's not a fighting game? I mean, you fight in it. It's like the only gameplay mechanic in it, so I could see why they categorize it as a fighting game. I can see the argument from both sides, but I think they wanted to give Saifu, whatever, a nod, and they wanted to give it the chance to win some awards because it is very good. And they were like, just give it a chance in the fighting category, whatever. What happened to Jimmy Fallon? I just saw on Twitter that people were teasing him because they had R.I.P. Jimmy Fallon trending on Twitter for no reason. And Jimmy then tried tweeting at Elon to get the hashtag deleted. And then Elon was like, "What's the problem, dude? Lol." And that's my understanding of the whole thing. It's all over Twitter. Hashtag rip Jimmy Fallon. It's not on the trending thing for me, which is... Hold on, let me see. Warzone 2 is trending. Apple TV is trending. R.I.P. Jimmy Fallon. Okay, this is funny. This is actually kind of funny. Rest easy, King. R.I.P. Jimmy Fallon. You know what? It's funny. It's funny. I'll give him that. They added context. Rate it. I don't know. No, it's not really helpful. Not reliable. As soon as the entirety of Twitter is tweeting RIP Jimmy Fallon. Elon, can you fix this? Fix what? It sounds like a job for community notes. Oh, that's kind of funny. Wait a second. How do we know you're not an alien body snatcher pretending to be Jimmy? Say something that only the real Jimmy would say. That's pretty funny. Yeah, you know, it's stupid. It's whatever. I laughed out loud literally at the one where he's... Okay, they got MJ. Oh crap! What? Oh, Kimbo Slice. Steve Irwin, Prince. I don't know who that is. Tupac, Muhammad Ali, Billy Mays here. Harambe, of course, and the one and only Jimmy Fallon. I don't get that one. I don't know what that's supposed to be. Jimmy John sandwiches. Owner and founder of Jimmy John's, Jimmy Fallon, has passed away last night. Your sacrifices will never be forgotten. It's so stupid. Whoever started this trend, I'm going to rip your soul out of your nose and shove it up your grandmother's penis. Is currently trending despite the star being alive and well. Oh, is this when he pulled on his hair? Did it actually pull out? That looked kind of doctored, actually. I don't know if that was real. Yeah, I think it's... Yeah, you see they spread it out. Yeah. That's not real. But that is funny. It's a good edit job. If I hadn't seen the original, I would have thought it was real. But yeah, that's not real. Dude, they better have a coffin for that. That would be amazing if that's how he comes out. His last tweet was hilarious. Rest in peace, Jimmy. One of the most talentless talk show hosts. Jimmy Fallon, the first victim of World War III, but the bravest soldier in the battlefront, yet least funniest. You were in Poland at the wrong time. Rest in peace, buddy. Oh, dude. It's so stupid, but it's so funny. Rest in peace, Jimmy Fallon. Oh. Jimmy Falcon. Fly high, buddy. Fly high, dude. Oh, taken too soon. For real. Oh, man. Oh, that's pretty funny. Oh. Jimmy Neutron was a legend at his craft. InfoWars. I didn't even realize they put Jimmy Neutron over InfoWars. Oh, God. Oh, it's so stupid, but it's so funny. Oh man, it's so funny. Why would you ask to have it taken down? He just couldn't take it. Oh man. Oh man. Oh, that's so funny. That's so stupid, but so funny. There's so many of these. People have been very busy. Very, very busy. Oh, dude, I miss Conan. Conan has a podcast now, doesn't he? Conan is genuinely hilarious. I actually find Conan very funny. But, yeah, this dude, I've never thought he was funny at all. And apparently he's like a grade A, like, jerk. Like, this guy abuses staff at restaurants. He's Jim Corden, I think is his name. He's just like a nasty person. And yeah, he's just not a good dude, but still has a job. Gone too soon. He was so baby. I can't get over the Jimmy Falcon. That's so funny. He in fact did not get the walk into Poland. So is the joke that he was struck by the missiles that went into Poland? Is that the joke? See, like this is what Twitter is good for. This is like good Twitter. This is when Twitter is working properly. When it's just outrageous, stupid stuff that's funny for no reason other than that it's just kind of stupid and funny. That's when it works. This is funny. This is really dumb, but also very entertaining. Conan retired. Yeah, he retired, but I could have sworn he was doing a podcast now. The Bill Burr Conan podcast. That could be funny. It's even trending here in the UK, and we don't even have Jimmy Fallon on TV. Rest in peace, Jimmy. Yeah, wow. Somehow they actually made Jimmy Fallon and James Corden funny. Yeah, the Jimmy Fallon thing has always just been like that he's like he laughs at his own jokes as if that makes your jokes funny. That's like the cardinal sin of joke telling is like you don't do that. That link isn't working, by the way. I don't know why. Yeah, it's just bugged out for me, I guess. Jim B. Falcon. Jim B. Falcon, indeed. Oh, Jake Baldino says Pentiment is the best game that you won't play. I don't know what that means. Does it just mean it's niche?
Pentiment is a very unique game. It's also a very hard sell. It's clearly for a very specific type of audience. And even if
what is this weird? Do you guys see this?
You can't help but look at this game and really respect what they did.
Is that flickering happening on your screen?
Like in this day and age, it got made like this just because it is so specific and so.
Do you guys see flickering like on the recommended video?
It is equal parts mysterious, beautiful from a visual standpoint, to just really oddly educational in a lot of ways, but still managing to not feel stale or crusty and tell an interesting story with heart. So basically what Pentiment is the game that's out for Xbox and PC that is a narrative adventure, but sort of with some like RPG dialogue elements. Now,
is my screen breaking? Like, what is happening?
It's from Obsidian, or a
yeah, it just flashed like
Obsidian. Specifically, I mean, Obsidian is the people behind.
Yeah, that's not good. Okay, well, it looks like I need to reinstall drivers or something. Yeah, I have this installed. And I'm gonna get into it because it seems interesting. Reset your drivers. If you hover over it, so you're seeing some of that. It looks like it's only when videos are playing.
Behind stuff like Pillars of Eternity, The Outer Worlds, Fallout New Vegas, the list goes on and on. They have a pedigree in RPGs,
now?
and this is, as you can obviously tell, very, very different for them. This is a 2D style talkie adventure game set
maybe
in
it's
the
fixed.
16th century, so it's 1500s Germany or Bavaria, and dealing with the Reformation.
I don't know, man. Oh, we have more subs than Jake for this week. He's gonna blow right past us pretty soon, but yeah, my computer is dying. Oh, perfect timing. We have a sponsor. Let me announce the sponsor. Yeah, no, I don't know what the hell is happening. Are my drivers up to date? No, there is a driver update. Okay. I'll try that. It is... Oh, now my mouse is, like, stuttering. It's freezing on the screen. That's not good. Are you guys seeing this too, or is this just on my screen? Like, the mouse is stuttering. You see it, like, sticking? It's just my end? Everything's falling apart. Oh my. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to boot up Windows Defender. And I'm going to do a full scan. Scan options, full scan. Then I'm going to install the replacement driver. Then I'm going to reboot. Then I'm going to get a coffee. I think that's the play. Honestly, I think it's just good like computer hygiene to probably reinstall Windows once every year or once every 2 years. And we're right about on that point. Because when I reinstalled Windows on the streaming PC, it was like a new computer, night and day. Way better. So I think it's just, it's good timing because we'll get the new PC soon and we'll just move everything over there. Thank you for telling me there's a new GeForce driver before NVIDIA could have even bothered to tell me. Yeah. I don't know. It launched today. So yeah. I want Luke to collab with Maximilian Dude and Jake Paldina, the Trifecta of Gamers. Jake, he once tweeted out, or no, he did a shout out for a video I made on Red Dead Redemption 2, like back in 2018, I think it was. I think it was like the 82nd rule of Red Dead 2 or something like that, and he just like shouted it out in an episode of whatever news show he was doing on Game Ranks, and it was super cool because I've watched Game Ranks for ages, so it was super cool to see. And so I've never done like a straight collab with him, but I would be totally down, and I would imagine he would also be down. I want to see a Luke and Skill Up crossover. I reckon it would be funny as there's a bit of bad blood. It would be, I think it would be funny. I would be down to do like a charity thing where we play like, I don't know, maybe we get like a sponsor and then like we do a battle in like some game, or like we can each pick a game. So like he picks Destiny and then I pick like chess. And then whoever wins, you know, the money goes to their charity or something. You know, I think that we could do something fun like that. It would just be a fun way to capitalize on it. But I don't know. I get the vibe from Skill Up. He wouldn't be interested. It seems like he only swims with sharks that are bigger than him. Or at least comparable. Charity sword fights. Have I asked it? No, I don't. But like I said, I don't really have an idea for a video yet. Like I'll reach out to a content creator for a collab if I have an idea. But I don't have an idea for a video that's like clear. I don't know. Maybe it could be something where like it's some stupid thing where we try to see which reviewer is more in line with the public. So we have to guess, like out of 10 different video games that are randomly selected, we have to guess what the Metacritic is, and whoever gets the better score, the money goes to their charity or something. I don't know. You can do something fun. Smeargel, I'm working on merchandise stuff like actively. I had a call with a company last night. Specifically about this stuff, and basically like the idea is I have a few things I want to do. For one, I want to sell like merchandise like shirts. I think that would be cool. I'd also like to sell mouse pads like this one that are nice and big, and so custom. I think that could be super cool. As for signed stuff, from the conversations I had with this team, the only way for me to send anything signed would basically be limited, like very limited edition stuff that's pretty expensive, because I have to pay for all of the inventory up front. And that means like we probably do 50 units of whatever it is. Maybe if it's the mouse pads, we do like 50 of them. And then I could sign that, and then we could ship that off. But like when I say it's a very limited edition expensive thing, like for them to be able to manage shipment and everything out of their warehouses, because I would have to have them shipped here, sign them, ship them off to the warehouse, and then those are shipped from that warehouse off to you. It's just, it gets expensive. And so a mouse pad like this that we would normally sell for maybe like 30, 40 bucks, we'd have to charge 60, 70 bucks for it. So it starts to get expensive pretty quickly. But, you know, it's a signed limited edition item. So if that appeals to you, then, you know, maybe you don't care. I don't know. But I am very conscientious of the price. I don't want it to be outrageous. But one of the appeals of this company I think we're going to go with is that they have distribution centers in Europe and also Australia. So basically, if you order something and you live in Europe or Australia or nearby, we can get you merchandise within, like, for a lot cheaper, and also within, like, I think they said turnaround time is like 5 to 7 business days on average. So should be cool. Should be cool. When are you doing the setup reviews again? Basically, once we have enough to justify a video. I think last time Jacob had to split it into like 2 different videos. So probably once we reach 10 to 15. So Rocky, whenever we hit 10 to 15 more submissions, let me know, and I will happily do another setup reaction thing. Would you do a full video talking about Sony's poor PS Plus Premium Edition game performance? That God of War video was absolutely nuts. Hadn't seen that service in practice before. I could do that. Wow, that is quick. LS Merch. Yeah, no, exactly. And part of it, it's a big company. It's the same company MKBHD uses and a lot of other YouTubers. So like MKBHD. If you go here. Thank you, Glitchy Monkey. Thank you. Appreciate you. So like this is his site, and like you can just see it's fairly straightforward merch, but it's really high quality, and it can ship globally very, very quickly. And this is the same team that I'm looking to work with, and so I think we'll tackle it. But there's a couple little bitty things. Look at 100 Thieves store. Okay, wrong button. 100 Thieves. I'm assuming .com. Is this the same company? I don't think so. This looks like a Shopify thing. It's the same notification. Yeah. Thank you again, Glitchy. I don't know why you need satchels. I like the embroidery. I like that. Dude, 85 bucks. Are people buying these things? I like the embroidery is nice, but how much are they charging for these shirts? Does anyone know how much these shirts were when they weren't sold out? Because it doesn't tell me since they're sold out. I can't tell. Overpriced AF. Well, yeah. So like to put it in perspective, I think it was like for this thing that cost $65, no joke, this hoodie probably cost them like $40 to make, unless they're making it in huge quantities. This thing is probably pretty expensive. Yeah, accept cookies. Look at this place. Okay. I know KSI. He's got a funny accent. I don't know. Decent designs. But like these things are very expensive. Very expensive to produce unless you're doing huge quantities. Especially like this is custom, but I would imagine that they do this for him. It's a restock though. So like if you order this, you're not going to get it. Like it's not shipping out tomorrow. They're going to ship it out once they've collected enough orders to justify producing them. So like, it's not as simple as just, but like we could even do this. If we have custom hoodies or something we want to do that's like really, really premium, we can do that. And it's just a like pre-order basically. And then once we get say 100 orders, we shut off sales, we produce those and ship those out to keep the cost down because it's cheaper the more that you get. But a hoodie like that's like $20. Well, so the difference is if you're buying a generic hoodie from like a Walmart or a Target or somewhere, a hoodie like this, or let's just say it's not specifically branded to him, but it's just a good hoodie. They're producing thousands upon thousands of them, and that's a lot cheaper. That's a lot cheaper. Whereas this, it's like you're producing maybe a few hundred. And so it's way pricier. It's Babe and Baby hoodie. Is that weird for other people to wear, though? A Babe and Baby. It's part of the lore of the stream, I guess. A Babe and Baby. But that would be kind of funny. Yeah. A Baby of War hoodie. Where it's just Locky, but with the paint stripe. Baby of War. But yeah, this stuff is cool to me just because anything that we do for merch, I want to wear on stream proudly, and and videos, of course. So it will basically, whatever we do, you have to know that I am satisfied enough with it that I will want to wear it day in, day out. And so I'm not going to be doing some cheap ass thing. Like I could have gone and signed with the most generic, like Spreadshirt, Teespring, whatever thing. I could have signed with them easy within 24 hours and just pumped out some cheap merch that's lazy and stupid. I don't want to do that though. I want to make sure when we launch merch, it's stuff that we're really proud of, and that's what we're going to try to do. So, we're going to give it a shot. We're going to give it a shot. But this, I do think we're going to work on something. Our site won't look quite like this because this is quite custom. They have a lot of very custom stuff built into this. So we probably won't have something this precise, but we'll do something kind of similar. I'm vibing. Yeah, I think we could do I'm vibing shirts, even if it's just a simple. I don't think we can use her likeness. I'm vibing. Because it's like it was technically it's owned by TLC and it's their show, and we clipped it from the show, but we could probably do just the statement. I'm vibing. I am vibing. The word I say most is boom. Really? Tremendous. I do say tremendous a lot. That is true. It's a tremendous word. Get Fruit of the Loom white shirts and just draw on them. Look at those fabric markers. Just go crazy. Or is that thing Caleb said during the Gotham Knight stream? I did a mock-up for Rocky. Oh, do you have it? I could show it. What did Caleb say? Oh, I'm not. I didn't he say like I'm not getting paid to do this, or I'm not getting paid to play this, or something like that? He said something like that. It was just like sad elephant noises. Oh, what did I do? Here, yeah, send it over. It was so stupid, but it was, yeah. Oh, call me if you want to play something fun. Oh yeah, that's true. Oh, Caleb was sassy that day. He was sassy. For those of you guys who missed it, it was when we first tried Gotham Knights, and we tried playing with Caleb, and he just was not having it. He's like, I'm not getting paid to play this. And, you know, call me if you want to play something fun. So he was hardcore. He was mean about it. It was pretty funny. I once pulled up a video on my phone while you were on the TV. You said boom on the TV at the same time as another video. That's how much. Really? Oh, that's funny. See, that's something I wasn't even aware of. I guess during the I tries, I could totally see that being something I just absent-mindedly say. Pull up the menu. Boom. You know, that kind of thing. I could totally see that. I could totally see that. We could also do one, praise be to Cole. Or praise be to Nadia. Shill up. Dude, could somebody, is somebody out there good at Photoshop? Surely somebody else has done the shill up thing. The shill up meme. Shill up logo, maybe. Has no one, it is funny that his stuff shows up. Has seriously no one photoshopped his logo to look like shill up instead of skill up? Well, I guess it's just an SU, isn't it? So it doesn't really work. But that would be freaking hilarious. I don't know if he'd get pissed that we're making money off of a meme on his logo. Is that weird? Is that not okay? I don't know, it might be weird. A yong out. Can you imagine? We just make merch like from everybody else's channels. That'd be so stupid. No, we're not gonna do that. He would get so twisted. Yeah, what if we did it where we like announced that all of the proceeds will be donated to a charity to help teach Australians how to speak proper English or something? It would be pretty funny. Oh, mate, I know. Sorry. I know we got Aussies in here. It's funny. Nar. Oh, nar. Wow. Just wow. Have you guys seen that guy on TikTok? All he does is he does like High School Musical clips, but he does it in an Australian accent. So it's just you and me, nar. It's pretty funny. It's all he does. He just does like musicals, but in Australian accents. And I find it thoroughly entertaining. You guys give me energy. I really enjoy having you. Don't forget both your mods are. Yeah, sorry. Australia is a wonderful place. Australia as an island is definitely not trying to kill you. I've heard calling it an island also triggers people. I don't know if that's true. Does that trigger people calling it an island? I don't know. I have heard that though. I've heard that Aussies get upset when you call it an island instead of like a continent. I don't know. Does it trigger you? Does it not? I'm open. Australia is the Caucasian version of Africa. Someone told me that, and I haven't been able to shake it since. That's Huh. Because then they would all be island boys. Yeah, for real. That's so funny. It's so funny. Right up your clackers. Yeah, oh man, that's funny. Yeah, all joking aside, no, we're not going to rip off other YouTubers for merch. No, we're not doing anything like that. We're going to have some original stuff, and it's going to be funny. It's going to be good. We're going to make sure that it's respectful. And if we happen to create merch that is meant to bring praise and worship upon our patron saint Cole, we will do that. And if we happen to have a t-shirt with the package of cigarettes with the Star Citizen logo on it, or something reminiscent, then we will do that. Praise be, Bon Cole. Yes, praise be. Praise be. Praise be. Oh, man. Let's see. Ryan, subbed after your Kingdom Come analysis. Gotta say, you totally agree with you on the hand holding in video games recently. Oh, good. I'm glad you came over. That was a fun video. I love me some Kingdom Come. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Can we get a shirt with you and Todd? Probably something we could do. Like, it would have to be an artist depiction. It seems weird to me to like Photoshop something together. It would be actually, I just thought it would be actually kind of funny for some of the merch. Like for the 16 times the detail merch. What if we took the cutout and then had him pose for the picture wearing the shirt? Wouldn't that be amazing? So it's the cutout, but he's wearing the 16 times the detail shirt and he's the model for it. Dude, we got to do that now. I can just imagine going to the photographer and being like, this might be weird. It's like an inside joke. It's like kind of stupid, but like we have this model. It's really shy. It's very thin. Just don't give him crap for his looks. Oh, absolutely. Okay, I just have to go and fold him. Click, flunk. There we go. We're good. Oh, where'd you get that cut out? Some company in the UK. It was shipped from the UK. I know that. But I basically just Googled like custom cardboard cutouts, and it was one random site that had a Todd Howard option. I was like, they never thought they were going to sell one of these. As far as I know, no one else on the planet owns one. I don't know why I do, but I do. We could sell a leather jacket and call it the Todd Howard. Dude, that would actually be kind of funny. Dude, I should our goal be, by the time Starfield comes out, to have Todd Howard publicly acknowledge us and the stupid stuff that we're doing, making fun of him. I think maybe that should be my life goal. Maybe that's the goal. What if we have a shirt that is like, it says 16 times the detail, and then, oh, how could we do this? We could do it so it's like Todd Howard's face on the left. And so like on the left is Todd Howard's face, but it's all pixelated. And then it just says beneath it 1x the detail. And then on the right side, it says it's his face regular picture, and it says 16 times the detail. That could work. I don't know if we can use his face. That might be weird. We could do a drawing of his face. Yeah, 1x and then 16x. That could be funny. That could actually be pretty funny. Huh. Because gamers would get it. What could we do? Yeah, it might get his lawyers too. But that would be the thing, is like it would get a lot of attention. People like, you better believe IGN and GameSpot, they would make a story. YouTubers merch store receives a cease and desist after memeing on Todd Howard. It would get a ton of attention, but I don't know Because they can sue for whatever money you made. They can make you cease and desist, which wouldn't be that big of a deal. But they might also sue for damages or something. I don't know if they actually would do that, but they might. And I don't want to deal with that. So maybe my face, but then it feels weird to put my face on it. What if it's just a video game controller? I don't know. What if it's a video game controller? One is like pixelated and then 1x and then 16x and it's clear. We could do something like that. Because like he doesn't own 16 times the detail. That's just a meme that everybody knows is clearly pointing at him. But if we do something that's like Todd Howard riding an armored horse with Oblivion graphics. Yeah, I don't know. Only Bethesda fans will know. Yeah, well, I mean, it's true. Like, I think the odds of them doing anything legally very, very low. Because they, like, once they acknowledge it, it's the Streisand effect. If he acknowledges it and then tries to shut it down, it'll just blow up even more. That's why I reckon you should do Todd Howard in the Pip-Boy style with a 16x next to it. Oh, so like the Vault Boy? I think the Vault Boy is also copyrighted. I could have... so like... Because... Vault Boy. Because like we couldn't use anything like this, but we could ask... I could ask like my wife's sister who's an artist to see if she could draw something like this but with my face or a version of my face, like the dark hair and little beard and something, and then one is pixelated and then the other is clear. That could work. I don't know. Since all of your mail goes into their spam folder, send them an email asking for a reply if it's not okay. If you don't say anything, I'll assume that it's okay. Okay? I should get another lizard for the streaming room. Dude. Hold on. Bad reflection. Look at that boy. Look at it. Oh, I might have to switch to this camera. This camera might actually see it a little clearer. I think it has autofocus on. Yeah. That's a good boy. That's a good boy. He's a good fellow. It's a little sickly. It's anytime you get a bearded dragon from like a PetSmart, you got to be worried about that. Is he nice? No, he's pretty mean. The first bearded dragon I got from PetSmart died after like a year because she had, I forget what it's called, but there's a disease that bearded dragons get, and it's really common from those pet stores. And he's always been a little sickly. He struggles with putting on weight. He doesn't eat very much. I'll make him like a custom salad. We'll get roaches. I've tried mealworms, super worms, crickets. Tried a bunch of stuff, and he's just never that into it. But yeah, Khaleesi, I could take her out and set her on my shoulder, and she would just chill while I film videos and stuff. He does not handle that well. He does not like it. He likes being in his enclosure. Calcium powder doesn't help. Not really. I mean, I put it on his food, but it's not like that makes it tastier to him. Like we'll dust the roaches that go in there to make sure he's getting that, but he just doesn't. He's never had that much of an appetite. It's weird. Lizard merch. We could do that. We sold a bunch of Khaleesi stickers. I don't know if I have any around. But some of you guys that got merch back in the day got those Khaleesi stickers. that we did for my old lizard. You should legit make a 16x theme across all your merch. What if it would be funny if like the drop is called 16x and then it's all themed around 16x stuff. I don't know. But how do you turn that into a theme? Because you could probably just do 16x, then details. 16x, and then... Yeah. Front says confirm, the back says deny. Overpromise, underdeliver. There's a lot that we could do there. I desperately need that large desk mat merch, as I've not been able to find a desk mat the size that you described. Okay, yeah, and this company that I'm looking at partnering with, they can do those desk mats custom, and like I said, ship it Europe, UK, Australia, all of that. So they should be able to do it. I have to, basically what I want to do is once we build out some designs, I'll be ordering a crap ton of it, getting it shipped to the studio. I'll be evaluating the quality, and if I like it, then we'll launch, and I'll be able to like show off samples and videos and things. It should be really cool. I would wear an overpromise, underdeliver shirt to work for sure. Yeah, postmodern content. Exactly. Isn't it just a good... You just let people know up front. I don't think Shillip will be mad at some 16x the shill. Dude. I don't think he... Like, that's one of those... If he thinks that's about him, that says more about him and his own, like, self-confidence than it does about the merch. Because, like, it's even a meme on me, like 16 times the shill for Assassin's Creed, you know, like, exactly. Like, if he gets upset about it, that just shows that he's insecure about it. So he has to be very, very professional. I like that. That could be good. 16 times the shill. I like these. 16 times the lizard. I'm just going to write a couple of these down so I don't forget them while I go in and design stuff later. Overpromise, underdeliver. He seems very in on the joke. You have to be. I mean, like, you're in games reviewing and you go by skill, and that rhymes with shill. I'm kind of fortunate that my name rhymes with puke, or cuke, or rebuke. Like, there's not a lot of jokey things you can say about it. Like, you know, like, people have tried, like, doing the Trump thing for me, like, oh, sleepy Luke, verbose Luke, talky Luke. Like, yes, I talk a lot, you got me. You know, like, it's hard to figure it out. I'm not a fanboy, I'm just passionate. I guess that is Fluke Stevens. Yeah, that could be good. Yeah, Davish. Yeah, your success is an accident, Fluke Stevens. Yeah, I see that. Okay, I could see that. That could work. That's one of the things I'm worried about, though, Louvre, is, like, there's so many websites out there. So much crap. So many t-shirts and everything. Like, surely most ideas have already been used. You know? And I don't want to step on anybody's toes. So, but it's like a fine line of, like, how do we make it our own while also playing into memes and things that have existed for a few years at least, you know? Lukey Poo, done. You got me. Yeah, I will fully admit that was very stupid. Dookie Lukey. Yeah, that works. Dookie Lukey. Crook Stevens or Crook Stevens. Yeah, you have to kind of stretch the pronunciation. Luke the Duke. Luke the Dookie. Lukey the Dookie. Yeah, that could work. Poop Stevens. just poop. Got him. 16 times the ooh woo. Then it's the picture of me doing the whatever the hell that pose is called. That could work. We got ideas. We got stuff rolling. You know what? I think we're vibing. We're figuring stuff out. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go and I'm gonna like throw together a bunch of these random little designs and see if I can get anything working. And if we do, great. And I'll move from there. We need channel colors, not gonna lie. What do you mean channel colors? Do you mean like the merch in... Oh, like a theme? Well, so we have the color palette that we use for the logo and that with the orange and red. It's basically supposed to be fire themed with the like a logo kind of looking like a flame. The bright orange you don't want to wear in public. Well, like but the purple, like purplish is just so generic. You know, like I have the controller, but the reason I don't set these things normally to other colors. Hold on. Like I can do red. Then it's spoopy. But it doesn't work as well. I think it just washes out most of the frame. I don't like it. I like the blue. But like purple. But Luke, I thought you left Twitch. Why is it purple? I thought you're not on Twitch anymore. But you see also at certain colors, it flickers ever so slightly. At least in the camera, you can see it flickering. It's weird. So that's purple. The blue look more purple than purple? I can go blue. Yeah, that's blue. You guys thought that was purple? That's clearly blue. Those lights, red lights make it look like Luke's about to do a political speech. That's funny. But what did you leave Twitch, or why did Twitch leave you? Divish, it's literally just that the viewing experience on YouTube is a lot better. You guys voted something insane, like 95% positive towards YouTube, 95% negative to Twitch. So overwhelmingly people preferred watching on YouTube because you can pause, rewind, watch the VODs indefinitely. So people really like that. And then also we weren't really making a ton of money on Twitch, and the ads were so toxic that most of the chat was, especially for the first like 5 minutes of the stream, most of the chat was, oh my God, these ads will never end. Because you walk in and there's like 3 to 6 minutes of ads. So people were just sick of it and didn't like it. And I also was not married to it. I will say like little things like native chat support, emoji support and emotes and stuff is way better on Twitch. Moderation tools, there's like no moderation tools for the mods here on YouTube. I feel sorry for Rocky and Imperium because there's like nothing you can do. It's like, oh, you can time people out and like that's it. There's very little power given to the mods over here. They gotta fix that. So there's a bunch of issues, but you know, it's just, what are you gonna do? We just have to beg people to stop. Yeah, please stop. Please stop being stupid. Yeah, that's good. That's why you're persons. Yeah, or people, whatever the term is. The fact they only have to pay like $11 to get rid of ads instead of paying for every single channel is honestly more convenient. Well, and Javier, they do apparently have Twitch, I think it's Nitro or something, where you can pay $8 a month to get rid of ads on Twitch. But there were rumors they were going to get rid of that, and it was going to get rid of like half of the ads. Turbo, yeah, that's what it is. And so like it just, but it was very hidden and weirdly difficult to find. I don't know. I really think the ads are there because they're trying to make it so inconvenient to watch without being a sub that you just say screw it and sub. And it works. Most, like I said earlier, we had like 300 plus subs on Twitch and on YouTube. I guess after Devin gifted all those today, now we're probably up around 40 memberships here, but that's 40 memberships versus 350 on Twitch. And we've been streaming here for like what, 2 months? So like the difference is just in the culture, but the culture on Twitch is not just one where people are used to subbing a lot. It's also because Twitch is so horrible that people feel like they have to sub to even enjoy the stream at all because the ads are so bad. Whereas on YouTube, it's like, oh no, like I can just enjoy it for what it is. Like I don't feel the need to become a member. And that's on me to try and find ways to make being a member appealing so that people join up. And that's with like, you know, the emotes, with the badges, with community nights, with like giveaways to members, stuff like that. So, and I think that's what I'm going to do. After saying that earlier, I think that makes sense, is to just do giveaways to members. Member gaming. Yeah. Well, I think, and that's what we're probably going to do. Like, does Warzone launch tonight? Is that what it is? Or tomorrow? Oh, so maybe like tomorrow night I do a member stream. Oh, it's out now. Oh, oops. But maybe tomorrow night we do a members only stream where we play some Warzone with people in chat. That could be super cool. How much of Elden Ring do we get through? Maybe like an hour, 2 hours, something like that. I don't know. I hate Warzone. Yeah, everybody hates Warzone. That's never stopped anybody from playing it. So, but like we can do that. Overwatch 2. We've got like games like chess. We've got party games. We got all sorts of stuff we could do. And my goal would be to do like maybe a bi-weekly thing where we just do that. I think that'd be super fun. Y'all do giveaways for 500 atoms. Give you that Fallout money. That's the good stuff. It's the good stuff. Mario Party? Yeah, we could do Mario. Does that support online? I haven't played it in like 2 years. Yeah, we could do tournaments. We could do all sorts of stuff. Winner like can get a little winner like giveaway. If you win the tournament, you get a prize. Stuff like that. So yeah. Fortnite customs, Warzone customs, Apex. I love me some Apex. Ooh, baby. Apex, what else is there? Yeah, there's a bunch of options. Fallout Atomic Shop actually disgusted me. I went on there the other day and saw a power armor skin for 1,500 atoms, I believe. Yeah, that's $15. That's crazy. You're an Apex sweat? Not really. I mean, if you've seen actual Apex sweats. Lukey, not very good. Do a canvas bag merch thing. Oh, what if we sold a canvas bag and then it's just called an actual canvas bag? That actually would be a little funny. Just troll the shit out of Bethesda. That would be pretty funny. I wonder if they have canvas bags. That would actually be really, really funny. And it's just a generic like plain green canvas bag. But it's just, we sell it for like cost, whatever cost is. We don't make any money on it. It's just cheap, but it's like, it's just an actual thing. Hey, look, it's the pyramid behind you in Assassin's Creed Origins collector's type statue. Looks really nice. No, that is actually a the Lego Pyramid of Giza. But it's because I'm an ancient Egypt nerd. I love it. So yeah, it is a pyramid, but it's the Lego Pyramid of Giza. It's a little collector's piece. 16 times the canvas. They can't sue. Like they can't sue you for memeing on them. And people like Donkey, an internet historian, like if an internet historian dunking on them that bad was able to do the 10 million view or 30 million view or whatever the hell it is now video and not get sued, like they're not going to give a crap about like, oh, this t-shirt description mentions 16 times the detail, which is a meme about Todd Howard. Like, you should do a Bethesda giveaway where you give away 16 cents or 500 atoms. You get to pick. If you win, you get to pick. It's up to you. But okay, I'm going to figure out what's wrong with my PC because it keeps flickering and it's worrying me. So I'm going to go take care of that. Thank you, everybody, for chilling. This was kind of a weird stream, a weird day. But, you know, sometimes it's just like that. It just happens. But thank you all for chilling with me. It was super, super fun. Fun brainstorming some merch ideas with you. Hopefully I'll have updates, maybe even by Friday about that. Tomorrow we will have a video on Star Citizen going up. So make sure to sub to the main channel. Also, I had to re-upload that God of War video. If you could check that out on the main channel, even if you already watched it, watching the re-upload would help just because YouTube really tried to kill that video. So that would be very appreciated. Anything else? I don't know. We'll go check that out. Much love. What was wrong? Basically, I showed Kratos leaping off of a ledge, and they considered that to be like suicidal content promotion, which was ridiculous. So it was just dumb. But yeah, if you watch the re-upload, I would greatly appreciate it. Much love, everybody. Have a good one. Hugs and kisses. I'll see you in the next one. Stay safe. Bye-bye. Much love.